We're live, and I think you can hear my voice. I see Lena, I see James, Jamesy boy. We're on Satisfactory this evening. It is Satisfactory Saturday. The Red Bull is in hand. It's sugar-free and the tiniest one they make. All right, so relax. This is also sugar-free. This is what we'll be drinking a little bit later. Redbreast, 12-year. Red Bull first, though. We have Han Solo again today. Probably very difficult to see. Maybe if I put it against my shoulder. No, it's even further away. There you go. All right. Get plenty of rest? Yeah, I slept. I went to bed at about 6:30 a.m. I slept till 2. Woke up, watched some TV with my kids, my family. We had a good dinner. Some other things happened, and here I am. So, let's take a look and see where we're at. Yeah, I know, it's tough to see. The software that removes the background of my camera, it doesn't know what to do with the glass. Today's a big day, guys. We have wrapped up a big chunk of the factory. But we need to start making connections. Now we're almost done with the machines. The big chunk is done. I forgot to clean up my windows here. Hold on. Got a bunch of stuff that I'm working on here. It's not like it's bad. It's just not content for you. I usually clean them up. I forgot. All right. So in terms of machine design, right? We've done these blueprints and we have them in. All of these green squared blueprints, okay? These green squares correspond with the blueprints that I just showed you. These are a little different. These are the non-blueprint jobs, things where we only needed a small amount, okay? And where do we put those? How do we fit them in? What is the best place for them? Now, I split them up into the buildings that make the most sense for them to be, and we have a location for all of them, but we didn't actually finish hooking them all up exactly. Okay, in some cases we did, but in others we basically just threw the machines on and moved on. Okay, and so first thing, we have to see where all this is at, make sure that it is in a good place, and then we start connecting. Lots of connections, okay? Think of it like this. So we've created blueprints in here that get chunks of jobs done. Okay, so for instance, right? steel pipes and steel ingots. This is a blueprint. Okay, well, where does that exist here? Okay, well, let's track it down. Right here. Okay, a bunch of foundries, a bunch of steel ingots, and a bunch of more foundries for molded steel pipe. So these 3 orange squares, this is like now a combined orange square, right? It doesn't turn iron ore into iron ingots. It turns iron ore into steel pipe, right? So we have a bunch of those. We've consolidated this down using blueprints, right? We've combined 2, 3, 4 orange squares into like 1. But they exist on their own. They're not connected with anything else. You know, the steel pipe now needs to be connected to this one, and to this one, and to that one, and to that one, and to that one. Does that make sense? So we have to make those connections. Right now, we've done the consolidation of the boxes, and all of the machines are in, but we have to make the connections of them. Okay? Hey Ray, how is work today? Someone to error. Welcome back, man. You did say you were going to be here, and you are. All right, so first thing, like I said, we have to take a look at where we left those non-blueprint machines. Okay, so let's start. Now, did I finish? I did finish. And it looks like there's a couple of little mistakes here. Go. Who are you? You. Little trick if you haven't seen it before. Build a pillar, delete, and rebuild. And it will be slightly higher than it was before. Just slightly, but just slightly is all you need. Okay, fix. Fight. Z fighting, I know. Ray, could be better, could be worse. We had a large order early this evening for 200 cheeseburgers and 56-piece nuggets. Ooh, nuggies. Why didn't they just get 20-piece nuggets? Why not get, instead of getting 56 pieces, what is that? 300? Why not just get whatever 300 divided by 20 is? I don't want to do the math. I'm playing Satisfactory. So let's go to the top here. This is where those extra machines live, right? This is the main blueprints. And by the way, we are in, let's see, which one are we in? Let's bring up the, we're in P2 right here. Right, and so if we're in P2, that means we should be seeing these items. Maybe we haven't done these iron plates yet. Maybe that's why I made them orange. How many ounces is that Red Bull? 8.4. It's very small. It's also very condescending. Right, whenever it talks, it makes me feel inferior by its tone of voice. 10 calories. So, you know, not too bad. Looks like a good plan. Thank you, Brack Stan Renham, and thank you for the first time chat. We're just getting started here, so I'm kind of warming up a little bit. I can't quite remember where we left things off. So we have to make sure that these things are placed, power is run to them, and then we start connecting. And we can start here. Okay, we can start connecting these non-blueprint jobs into the blueprints. We absolutely can start there and then expand, and we got to start using these right here. These are our sky bridges, so that we can belt between our buildings. Magoo Cheeto, good evening. Good evening. Good evening yourself. All right. Yeah, see, we don't have any power here. Right? I think there's some issues. Yeah. So, because we put these in, but we didn't put the power in. Now these have power, but these don't. So let's start to do that, shall we? And I'm thinking what might be helpful is if I make a quickie blueprint. A little cheater blueprint. And I'll show you what I mean here. Okay. Let's turn it around. Okay, now that those are placed, they don't quite line up. You're a liar. I like hiding my methods. Let's go here. Actually, let's go here. Stop it. Yeah, but you. Still nothing, huh? Who did I miss? Oh, I didn't connect them. Yoy. Okay. All right. All four of those are done. I'm loving the verticality of this factory. Ada approves. Yeah, it's great, and it fits the form factor, you know. For sure. It's flipped around. All right. That one's not right over there. Should be here. Autosave. My autosave's getting a little longer, guys. Slowly but surely. Don't call me slowly. So I'm trying to dodge this light here. It's making things kind of a pain. Good? No, not you. Forgot you. And we're good now. I was kind of in the zone putting all these together, and I didn't want to stop and do this electrical work because I was kind of holding the nature of what I was building here in my head. What is this? We're missing an input. That's not good. Cubewave, hey, Ken, I talked to Killer Rain last night and got my factory submitted. Hopefully others submit theirs too, and we can have a series out of it. Yeah, so we can talk about that for a second. I've been chatting a little bit. Hi, Art by Ash 2010. It's the one dated yesterday. Thank you for the Prime sub and the follow. There's a lot of things going on. Hold on one second. I don't know why on YouTube the nicknames are gone. By the way, Art by Ash 2010 is Minikin. They've been gone for a couple of weeks, and I don't know if maybe there's a setting. If anybody wants to do any research and tell me how to fix it, I'm happy to fix it. Okay, so let me go back to what I was saying. And thank you for your Bezos bucks. That's a lot of emojis. So I am considering starting up a series and seeing how it does. And so what I've done is I've talked to my Discord, and I've worked with Killer Rain, who is an awesome Twitch mod, and we're working out a system, and it's in testing now, and Cubewave is one of the first ones to do it, a couple other people too, to submit their save file, and then I on the live stream, and then we'll cut a video out of it and post it as a discrete video. I am going to fix your factories. Now, I'm not going to play your save for you, okay? But if there is a particular issue, something isn't, coming out at 100%, you've done the math and you can't figure out why it's not working, right? That's what I want to kind of help with, all right? So I load up a factory and I go through it and I do it live and debug, basically live debugging of other people's factories, and I'll do it like sight unseen, right? I won't like pre-look at it. I'll figure it all out live. It should be pretty fun. It should be something that I can do pretty well. So I'm thinking about doing that. That wouldn't be on Saturday nights. Saturday nights I work on my own playthrough. But it could be something that I do Friday nights or maybe during the week. It should only be a couple hours, or maybe we do 2 in one night or something. That's kind of what I'm thinking. And so, yeah, that's what Cube was talking about. I answered your question. Okay, Minikin. All right, next one. We're just hooking power up here. You got to make sure all these machines have. I have the power, He-Man. I don't like how this is a little bit off. Why is it off? Don't like it. Should be fine. coming from the top, I think. This one connects to this one. Then we just need this one. Okay. Another one. But yeah, TG Chasing Angels. I appreciate your Bezos bucks. And follow and all the good stuff. And did we not connect this? I did not. You. All right. Now, I forgot you. Why didn't you get connected, sir? Because he's not set. What's he supposed to be making? Steel beam. We have another problem here too. Iron plate. I bet you the iron plate needs to go down in here, and I forgot to connect it. Probably. We need 10 per minute. How much is this making? 10 per minute. What do you think? You think that makes sense to you? It makes sense to me. It makes sense to me. That's two problems that were the solution to each other. Always great. Next of kin mini. Looks like you got that updated. Nice. Normal size kin gets a super small Red Bull. Mini kin gets a shot of Red Bull. Maybe. Let's see. Let's pour some red breast, shall we? We've got our Han Solo cup here. Not a lot, just a little. Ooh, we should get a nice cork pop here. Very good. Just a bit. Just a little bit. Did I ever fix the red light on the manufacturer? No. Because I can't figure out what he is. He's taking steel beams and modular frames and rubber. Steel beams, modular frames, and rubber. Is it this flexible framework? I remember. Guess what we have to do? Do you guys remember? This is an alternate recipe we don't have. We have to go exploring. We have to dirty ourselves and leave the safety of the flying city and go down. Gross. All right. We'll do this after we connect all the power. I kind of want to just go do it now. What do you guys think? Keep connecting or do a little exploring? Maybe I finish this column. Maybe I finish this column. I didn't think of it. I think someone in the chat did a while ago, and Ken told me, yes, next of kin. I do like the subtle, dark idea that, you know, that name implies as well. Hints at death. Very appropriate in how close Halloween is. Speaking of Halloween, I want to do something special on Halloween. I haven't decided what it's going to be yet. I've messaged one of my buddies who is also a streamer, very, very small streamer. We're not friends because of streaming. We're friends because of MMOs. Are you working Friday night? I assume you're working, Ray. I'm gonna jump out on a limb here and say that you're working. You're making cookies for Mrs. Kin. My music is too loud. It is a little loud. Yeah. It is a little loud. I forgot to check it. It was set for the loudness that was appropriate for Ashes of Creation music, but because it's a little quieter than this playthrough music. Wait, you're making cookies for Mrs. Kin. How come I was not informed about these cookies? I think I know. I don't think you have to answer that, actually. Yeah, you'll be at work. So the idea was my buddy and I get on and play a Halloween game, and you would be able to hear him on the Discord. I was thinking about Little Nightmares 3, but it doesn't really seem like my game, to be quite frank with you. The alternative suggestion was made of Phasmophobia. So that could be an idea. And yes, I think we will go hard drive hunting. very, very soon. Oh, I was just informed. Oh, okay, got it. All this needs to be put in and done. Some of this, yeah, and see, I have places for it, but I didn't put them in. So there's still some stuff that needs to be built here. All right, let's go hard drive hunting. Dang, you were just vibing to it. Didn't realize how loud it was. Hey, you know what? If you could hear me, who cares, right? Just vibing, baby. Yeah. Well, if Nerd wants to do it, I think doing Phasmophobia is a good idea on Halloween night. Guys, it's hard drive time. It's hard drive time. Wait, what's that little thing called? The scanner? I haven't had the scanner in forever. It's hard drive time, baby! We need flexible framework. So we can chat while I, oh, let's also cheat a little bit. Make it easier to see. I feel like probably the swamp may have some hard drives for us. Let me go a little faster here. All right, let's make a little launcher. Purple slug along the way. Don't mind if I don't. And a hard drive too. That didn't take long. All right, so what we'll do is we'll grab hard drives until we get what we need. Oh, no wonder I don't have this hard drive. Hi, sir. Don't mind. Oh my God, there's two of you. Oh, and there's another surprise. Oh, there's more too. So this makes a lot of sense why I don't have this hard drive yet. A lot of sense, really. But we got it now. Let's get out of here. Ooh, bacon. We always stop for bacon. Hi, guys. Don't mind me. By the way, I've gone through all of this. I've re-rolled them all. No flexible frameworks. All right, so every 10 minutes we'll check in and we'll re-roll until we get a flexible framework. I'm sure we'll get it. It won't take long. There's not that many options.
Fix-It engineers experimented with soft drives, but the prototypes all went missing. They were later located in the toilets, being used as towels.
I turned the game sound up a little bit. They were later located in the toilets being used as towels. It's not good. Do we have any friends? Well, I don't have any friends. You guys want to go to the swamp? One of the songs you have to learn to memorize for your choir is by Bach. And it's in German. Hey, I just want to steal your natural resources. I don't see what the big problem is. You know, why are you so unreasonable? Live and let live, I say. Yes, my daughter is learning songs that aren't in English culture. Okay, inappropriate. More inappropriate. Let me steal your stuff. Never gonna catch me. Ooh, down here. Couple more friends, 3 to be exact. Are you the shooting friends? Are you the charging oh my god. A whole nest of them. Oh, you're the shooting friends. Oh my god. We need more cooling devices. Grab it and run! They're after me, Lucky Charms! It's a doggo. I see they're not attacking the doggo. Now, you know what they say, if it ain't Baroque, don't fix it. I know, I'm disappointed in even myself for saying that. Consume. The swamp. Gross. Disgusting. Dude, why did you come from way over there? Let's get out of here. Thank you for the follow, Mouse. I needed one more hard drive for my factory, and so we're out picking up hard drives, and we should have our first one scanned momentarily. I have so many of the recipes, but for whatever reason we just don't have this one. Grab nuts. Okay. All right, you're gonna head out. I'll be back later. Have a good one. Yeah, man. You have a good one too. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. We're literally right on top of it. Okay, we need power. You don't dismantle the crash sites? I don't see why I need to. I don't want to even, like, I would just delete the stuff. I'm never gonna come back over here. You know what I mean? I could, but I just don't see the purpose. I have an infinity amount of those items. Like hi sir, hi. I'm sorry to bother you. Have you heard the good news about Fix It? Play this on Halloween. You missed. That's right. Give me your body parts. And this is, I mean, if you think about it, this is a pretty dark game. It's got creepy spiders, stealing of body parts and reusing them. Bacon. I just do it to keep track so I won't keep looking back thinking I missed a hard drive. Well, I'm using the scanner for that, but I mean, that's not a terrible idea. I used to mark them on the map, and then I realized that I didn't care that much. All right, what do you guys think's behind this? Choice A, a Mercer sphere, or summer sloop. B, a power slug, or C, a giant murdering spider. What do you guys think? D, apparently. None of the above. It's a way out. All right. Bam's done. Okay, we don't have what we want. Still nothing. All right, let's do another. We're looking for flexible frames. Flexible frames. Apparently, we've exited the swamp and we've entered the desert. That was the barrier into the desert, apparently. Hear me out. Kin plays Five Nights at Freddy's during Halloween and jump scares himself, dude. Well, that's what I think Phasmophobia is, isn't it? Isn't Phasmophobia a bunch of jump scares? I mean, technically, there was a Mercer sphere on the other side of that. Okay. There's our pyramid. It's so pretty. Have you gotten the one by the shore? I have no idea. You're like, that's why I delete them. No, I'm just running around haphazardly picking shit up. But we'll head over there. I did build that. Nope, I didn't. I was thinking maybe I saw this and ran over and grabbed it. Well, hi guys. Oh, hey. Oh yeah, over there where the quartz line is that gets built back to your city is a really beautiful ride when you look at the Kin Towers. Oh yeah. Are you speaking from experience having loaded my save? Is that what you're talking about? Ooh, a hole. You guys know me. If I see a hole, I just want to go inside of it. What's the worst thing that could happen, right? No. That's all we get? You guys suck. Sorry, my finger slipped. Is that another hole? Hopefully it won't be as disappointing as the last one. It was worse. Who put these ugly belts here? What kind of a sicko would do that? Sick. That bullet bounced right off him. It's okay. The bean was fine. I'm actually tagging them for science purposes. That one's already been tagged. I don't need I don't need to do that again. Oh God. Hi. What else do we have? I mean, we probably have plenty of hard drives, but I mean, we will need a bunch of hard drive unlocks for phase 5. So I'm kind of, you know, just getting ahead of the game a little bit here. And I don't want to go out for just like 3 hard drives. Let's like do a full round of exploration. Yeah, far north of desert. And again, I've gotten a lot of these, but I can't remember. I mean, I've been on this save for like 1,000 hours, and a lot of these got hit early. Ooh, a hole. Oh, he dead. He's so dead I can kind of see through him. All right, where's his body parts? You're what I wanted. A uranium hole. I asked you not to talk about my uranium. Yeah, Killer Rain subbed for 21 months. Yeah, I think he subbed the first month that I started on Twitch. I may have gotten this one. Yeah, Bezos bucks for the win. Hey, okay. Hey. It's not very nice. Not very nice. That's a cool shot. Wow, that's a very cool shot, actually. Holy shit. All right, so I'm gonna take my time with this. You guys see what I'm doing? I'm re-rolling the position of the planet, so it got red. This is what I wanted. Wait, what do you produce in the pyramid? It's a hub. I don't produce anything there. Sorry, I'm being picky. I mean, that's one of the coolest shots. That I've ever taken. But yeah, it's a hub. Yep. He's right. Ice Rice Flag has answered the question. It's a place where I can kind of organize things. I send everything to it, and then repack it onto the correct trains. And then those trains get sent to the city in the sky. Thumbnail tonight? Absolutely, that's the thumbnail tonight. My most recent thumbnails haven't... Oh, I forgot. Haven't been outside very often. There she blows. Flexible framework. Give it to me, Neil. All right, let's head back. Let's take the launcher at the train hub back. There's really, I mean, there's really nothing else we really need. I mean, even the Mercer spheres and stuff is overkill. We have so many already. And definitely that's the case for the sluggies. Are you in the Eastern Oasis? Yeah. There was some to get the mountains to cover the base of the city. It's true. Yeah, cover up the fact it's floating. Yep. Yeah, let's do a quick little look inside. The hub building is insane. Thank you. This is my bauxite coming in. I have a bunch of more trains lined up, ready to bring material in. Some are bringing in, and we have a lot of material to send to this when we're ready for the factories that we're working on right now. A lot of material, just probably double the amount of total material that the city has been using up to this point. I mean, very close to double. There's a lot. There's a lot coming that we'll need to do. So we're gonna be in this train hub a lot. Let's see what you got. Lame. I'll hit you with a shock collar. I would never do that. I would never do that to a pretend doggo. All right. Make it dark. Okay. I didn't hear your thoughts on the coffee stain claim of fixing fluids. It was a joke. They're not actually fixing them. I mean, it's a joke, right? We know it's a joke. Of course, they're just adding. Another truck. They're not actually fixing fluids. And I wouldn't even consider that joke to be an admission that fluids need fixing. All right, we have 9 more hard drives when we need them. We ever make a mega build to support the city, like underneath it? I'm gonna put pillars on the 4 corners. You're letting him play on the train tracks. Why didn't you provide him safety with an enclosure? Because, you know, he has his own free will. And I'm not going to, you know, interfere with Doggo's sense of free will. Yeah, they're adding fluid trucks. Yep. No, what do you mean they led everybody to think that they had a fix? What do you mean they led everybody to think that they had a fix? Do you mean the title of the joke YouTube video? Is that what you mean by leading everybody to believe that they had a fix? I wouldn't worry about it too much. It's a joke. I mean, look at the video. I mean, it's right there. You can tell it's a joke. Kinda. I'm not being serious. Are they upping the amount of fluid? All they're doing is adding I don't know. Guys. All they're doing is adding a fluid truck. That's all we know. They're not admitting that fluids are broken. They're not saying that they're gonna fix them. They're not doing anything. They just said we're making a fluid truck. That's it. Don't read too much into it. It'll just set yourself up for disappointment. All right, flexible frameworks. Where are you hiding? Right here. Do we need to overclock you, sir? 1.33. We need to make 10 per minute. Are we making 5 modular frames per minute? Two and a half. We are. Very nice. Okay. Nice. So now we can truck fluids without packaging it. That's not very useful. I think it is. It depends on how much you need to truck them. I mean, like how far, I guess. Guys, this is the first announcement of content from 1.2. Okay? There may be more coming. Maybe they're doing a full fluid overhaul, and this is the first announcement of it. Maybe they're not. I don't know. I would move fluids in a truck. There are instances where moving fluid in a truck would be really helpful. Can I do two pipes out? I actually think we can. Let's take a quick look. I didn't do an in-depth on this or anything like Bits did. I mean, that looks like two in, two out, does it not? Hey King, I'm just wondering what your object limit is set to. Really, really high. I just have it set like astronomically high so that it never reaches it. They said, when did they say that, Oki? They said that they had the perfect solution to fluid transportation. When? In this video? Or somewhere else? That looks like two pipes out. Or in. So, this means that in theory, as long as the truck is large enough, the capacity to carry fluid, we should be able to move 1,200 per minute through this. As long as we can do two pipes out, right? 600 for each pipe. Put enough trucks in the loop. Should be good. Yeah, they said it in this video. Then it's a joke. Guys, this is a troll video. Like the whole, not like a troll in like a bad way. He's joking. He doesn't actually mean that they have the perfect fluid setup. Like the perfect solution to fluid transportation. He's being facetious. Okay? I think it's a subtle admission that fluids aren't great. I mean, he did say that. We hear you, we listen to your feedback, okay? But like, they're just adding trucks. Drone fluids, that would be nice. I could remake the Super Star Destroyer and not have to package and unpackage, right? That'd be really nice. Yeah, don't look too much into it, okay? Just surface level, okay? Don't worry too much about it. I think that's the joke. The joke is we know trucks are kind of lame. So when he's saying, we have the perfect solution, he's being sarcastic, right? I mean, that's the only way I can read it. And that's fine. I'll take new content, right? But this in no way, shape, or form in any way comes anywhere close to actually solving fluid issues. And that's the joke. That's why it said kinda. Okay? He's putting a funny, sarcastic spin on this. And that's fine. I don't mind it. It's a delivery mechanism. Okay? So yeah, I wouldn't worry too much about it. Now, we should get more content out of something called 1.2. Than just one fluid truck. Yeah, those are 2 in. They got the 3 orange lines. Well, 2 in, 2 out. Well, if they have 2 in, then they sure as shit better have 2 out, right? 2 in, 2 out would make sense. And because I think there's, I mean, when you look at a regular truck, right? We have 2 in, 2 out, right? So I'm sure it's the same. You never have fluid issues, honestly? Well, mate, you should have a channel. All right. Yeah, don't pat yourself too hard on the back there, Oki. I know what's going on. But it's much better to communicate this way than have a boring stream. All right, so we got the flexible framework. We have the modular frames. We have the steel beams. We have the electromagnetic control rods and the AI limiters. Let's check the control rods and the AI limiters. And we have that. Let's check the control rods and the AI limiters. Let's make sure that those are being created here. There's control rods, there's AI limiters. We did them first. Okay. All right, so that little section is done. Now they just need to replace the need to package the fuel we're putting in the truck. Conic, that's the whole point. That's what they're doing. That's what this is. It's a fluid truck. You don't need to package the fuel. That's what the pipes are for. That is what this is. You will no longer need to package the fuel in order to put it on the truck. Do you mean? Sorry, I know what you're saying. You should just be able to pump raw fluid to be the fuel of the truck. I see what you're saying. And not have packaged. Okay. That I agree with you. Sorry, took me a second. Yeah. I got you. I had to, they were using an orange colored pipe to fill the truck. And so in my brain, it was fuel, but I know what you said is absolutely correct. And I misread it. You're right. Not absolutely correct, but you said it correctly. I just misread it. I get what you're saying, though, for sure. CubeWave redeemed hydrate. CubeWave, does it count if I drink whiskey? Does that count as hydration? Yeah, I think the packaged fuel you see is for the fuel for the truck. Right. He's saying we shouldn't have to package even the fuel for the truck. And I agree. Okay. All right, I don't think we've done this. We have to do these iron plates. Where are they going? had a plan for this stuff. I just have to remember what my plan was. We have some of these iron plates done, but not all of them. We have those 10. We have the 10 for these 5 modular frames. Now, the 100... you need to make... I did this before. There is a complication here. I was really tired. I know that I determined that it is correct. I just can't remember exactly where all the splits go because I didn't take good notes. Okay, the plastic smart plating. Part of the modular engine. Is there a modular engine? Yeah, right here. This 30 iron plate is this 30 iron plate. It's already handled because this 30 iron plate needs to be in purple 1 and we're in purple 2. Hi, you don't use Satisfactory Modeler. No, I do not. I have determined that Satisfactory Tools in Excel does everything that I want. And Satisfactory Modeler takes more work and more effort to get the same thing that I can get out of Tools in Excel together. My opinion is not shared with many of my viewers, but it's okay. I tried too. Okay, so this 30 is done. Okay, so there is 141 total iron plates that need to be made. If you know Excel, you can do anything. We're making 30 and we're making 10. This leaves 100. What we need to do is put iron plates for... I should have just put everybody had their job. Iron plates for flexible framework. That's here. Okay, and then this should have been, this is the notes I should have taken. Iron plates for turbo motors. And then we move this down to here. This is green, we've done it. And then we do iron plates for what? Instead of trying to put all the iron plates together in one line and then later trying to figure out how they were split, I should have just split them when I was making the list, and then I could build each piece where the hiccups, where they needed to be. I've been doing my planning your way, Ken. It just makes more sense to me. Here's the problem with this versus modular. Nuclear pasta, 10. Thermal propulsion rocket, 4. Assembly director system, 2.5. Magnetic field generator, 4. Let's make a new one. What'd I say, 10? Four, 2.5. Magnetic field, 4. Assembly, 2.5. Look, it's done. Now we have to go in here and fiddle. Maybe we don't want this turbo motor. Maybe maybe there's some things that we think we can do differently and better. Maybe we're gonna bring in the rubber and the plastic, right? And so there's more stuff to do. We add an input and we say we're gonna bring in 10,000. We're gonna bring in 10,000 rubber, whatever you need, and 10,000 plastic. Okay. Now the rubber and the plastic. Right. There's other things that we can do. Okay. We can get rid of this petroleum coke recipe. Okay. I don't like this one. Okay. Electrode, aluminum scrap. We come over here. Right, and get rid of that, right? Because I don't want to bring in any oil. What does this one want, right? What do we want here? He wants fuel. Why does he want fuel? Heat fused. Yeah, I'm not doing that. Heat fused frame, right? So we can get in here. We can remove that. Right, and so we can fine tune it. But I would like to challenge you to make this in modular in the 2.5 minutes that I spent making this. You can't. Modular is for modeling. It is not for planning, in my opinion. This is for planning. I can very quickly see. I can look at this overview and I can go, oh, what are we using? Oh, we're coal, copper. Oh, that's 8,600 copper. Oh, crap. Oh, SAM ore. Oh, why are we using the SAM ore? Oh, maybe let's get rid of this SAM ore, right? Where's this? Can we, right? I can get in here and I can, this is just Caterium. Okay, get rid of the reanimated SAM recipe. You see what I'm saying? This is... and then everything updates and you can see it. You try to make changes like this to modular, you can't do it. Right? Modular, I believe, is very good for when your plan is done. I think somebody should use this to plan, and then when it's done and when you want to make something really, really pretty and you want to make it very organized. Okay, yeah, this is ugly. I don't care. But if you care, then take what you've planned in this tool and put it in by hand in modular. I think that's very legitimate, but I don't need that functionality. I want the flexibility. I want to be able to quickly see what recipes I need, right? Everything's here, right? Alternate recipes needed. I can make sure I have all the alternate recipes I need. I can instantly see how much power it's going to take. 44,000 power to build this thing. I can see how many buildings I'm going to need. I can see the resources that I'm going to need to do. All of this. right? And I've spent like 4 minutes on this. You cannot do that in Modeler. I'm sorry. There's nothing I can say. This is what this tool is capable of. And Modeler just can't do it. Now, am I using Modeler wrong? Maybe. Perhaps. But if I can do everything that I need to do with the tools that I need, then I don't need to learn anything else. Now, would it be nice if I took an hour or two and took these final form factories and put them into Modeler so that they were a little prettier for you guys to see and understand? Yes, I would do that if I was a good content creator. But we all know the answer to that. Okay? All right. Let's keep going here. What are we trying to find? We are trying to... Where do these 100 last iron plates go? Okay, here's the total 140. Now, this is the 40. No. This is the 30. How many iron plates for reinforced iron plate? What's our ratio? Tell him Die Hard isn't a Christmas movie. Keep the rant going. I'm on to you. Is that 3x? $11.25 divided by 3.75. It's 3x. Listen. Yeah. And also, I rant for effect. Like, I'm not like upset or anything. I do it all the time. To be honest, like 90% of the time, I just use a calculator, nothing else. True. I think using only a calculator for a factory this large, I don't know if I'd be able to do it. I mean, I could do anything, right? But like, at a certain point, the effort becomes not worth it. Dark Odyssey. Hi, I just started this game. This game seems to get insanely complicated. It does, but please try to keep in mind what I'm doing in this game is not necessary for winning. You could make, I mean, look at how much you need in the objectives. 500, 500, 250, 100. I'm making, the hardest part of this is the nuclear pasta. I only need 100. Why in the world am I making 10 per minute? I'm going to spend hours and hours and hours and hours. I'm going to spend 200 hours making a factory that can make 10 nuclear pasta per minute and make it all pretty and do all this stuff. When then I'm only going to run it for 10 minutes and I'll have all the nuclear pasta I need. It would have been way easier to just take the materials that I already have. I mean, I can make 10 nuclear pasta in an hour or less. I could have all of those objectives, 500, 500, 250, 100, in my inventory, and I could launch the space elevator. If I was just trying to progress the game, that's what I would do, right? And you can do that too. You don't have to do what I'm doing. You don't have to do this, right? All these pieces, the vast majority of all these pieces, I'm already making in another factory. I could just take what I'm making, throw them into one building, making, I could make some copper powder, okay? And I could make nuclear pasta. I can make 100 of it. It's only 100. And then launch the space elevator. I could do that, right? And it's totally legitimate to do that. What I'm doing is something else entirely, okay? So just keep in mind, and this goes for everybody, if you're watching me play, I am playing this game in a way that I would not recommend to anybody else play unless you had 2,000 hours in the game. If it's your first playthrough, please do not play the game the way I'm playing. You will only get frustrated. I'm frustrated. I'm getting freaking like, you know, overwhelmed sometimes, right? So, you know, don't play my way, play your way. Beat the game, enjoy it. This is my way that I've decided to play. The music is banging. Wait, so you're not playing in creative mode? No, I'm not. I am not. I have made all these items. All of these factories up here. Well, okay, so there was a multi-step process, right? So I made starter factories to get me going. I have not, like, here's one right here. You can see it. There's another one. Here's 2 of my starter factories, right? This is my first steel factory. This is my first motor factory. Okay. And there's an aluminum factory down there. I made those factories so that I could start creating enough materials to make the city. And then I made bigger factories in the city. This is my permanent aluminum factory right here. And it makes more aluminum than I can ever use. So this is not creative mode. I am beating the game slowly and surely doing this. And saying you're the David Goggins of gaming. I am not. That man is a badass. I'm just a guy that fools around in video games and talks to people. I do think I know when and if I am not promising this. My general plan is to finish this playthrough, hopefully in the next 3 to 6 months. Okay. And then I want to play a detailed, in-depth playthrough of Factorio. Spend 800 to 1,000 hours in Factorio. Do everything that I want to do in Factorio. Do not rush it like I did on my earlier playthrough of Factorio. Okay, play it, absorb it, become as good at Factorio as I am in Satisfactory, or close. Maybe Satisfactory 2.0 is out by then. I have an idea for another playthrough. Would you guys like to know what it is? I actually have 2 ideas. I'm like 75% sure that I will do the first, but I'm holding out a little bit of chance that I might do the second idea. Would you guys like to know my 2 ideas? We should do a starter rant. That would be good. You should make it really expensive for channel points on Twitch. I don't care what anyone says. It's a Christmas movie. It is a Christmas movie. I have an entire argument, and Oki just wants to work me up. When we get closer to Christmas, I will officially make my argument to why Die Hard is a Christmas movie. Angry Birds playthrough. No. Scoodle says yes. Minikin says no. All right. I'm all for complete complicatedness. It's just going to take my sweet time learning and progressing before I do super cool stuff. Absolutely. As you should, Dark. As you should. Okay. Don't feel rushed. Don't feel discouraged by watching me or any other content creator. Okay. Use us for inspiration. Don't use us as a measuring stick for if you're good at the game or not. Okay. Because a lot of what we do is basically flexing so that people watch our videos. Why am I building a factory that processes all the maps oil? Because it's fun. Yeah, I did the same thing, my man. As you know, the Star Wars playthrough processed all the maps oil. Minikin says, guys, I need to put my cookies in the freezer so that they don't turn into a puddle of disintegrated hopes and dreams left only to burn at the bottom of the ovens of hell. I say this because it's what happened to the test cookie. Yeah, nice. Yeah, you're the David Goggins. I am not. I am not. Stay hard. Loki, this is crazy. I appreciate it, man. This might be one of the craziest things I've seen in casual gaming. Yeah, well, you must not watch Let's Game It Out. You're gonna go back to your Satisfactory game. All right, Doc. Thanks for stopping by. All right, so here's my two ideas. All right. Build. Have the only thing on the ground. Be a little bit of power, minimum amount of power. We're talking 16 coal generators. That's it. Miners and drone ports. That's all. Everything else. Oh, and water pumps. Water pumps too. Everything else exists in a giant spherical Death Star that hangs above the planet, and everything gets droned to it. We produce all the power on the Death Star. We bring up all the fluid. I would love to, if they make drones, I'll tell you this right now. If at some point they make drones be able to carry fluid without having to package and unpackage, I might actually do this. But design a giant spherical Death Star that hangs in the sky and use that for everything in the everything. Yeah, Death Star. Yeah. Okay, so that's idea one. That's the one that I'm more leaning towards. The other idea is to do a cyberpunk version. I can't do an original looking one because it wouldn't look right, of Minas Tirith. Okay, we do the curvature. You can walk through it. All the factories are here. Okay, we could truck them in, right? We do the final factory on top. And then I was thinking I could do this against the cliffs facing the grassy fields somewhere. So like, right in here, these cliffs, maybe cover over the giant hole, and then that way the cliffs, right, it kind of looks like Minas Tirith, because you do a big circle out this way and you make it big, make it full sized. So I figure out the math, we scale it so that the Pioneer is exactly the scale of Minas Tirith. That's my other idea. But I do it cyberpunk version because that works in Satisfactory, right? I'm not playing, a game that has medieval architecture. I'm playing a game that has signs that we can make look neon and glass walls and stuff, right? So we do a futuristic version of Lord of the Rings city. So those are my two ideas for a playthrough, but I am not committing to actually starting another Satisfactory playthrough. I'm gonna be honest with you guys, I'm a little burnt out on Satisfactory. I am. I'm playing Megabonk and playing these other games and playing Timberborn, and I have a lot of other games planned. That's helping a lot. But this is basically what this looks like for me. Okay? So this is how I'm feeling. All right, excitement is high. I start this city, excitement is high. Excitement is down. I start playing other games. I'm probably right here. But this is like a baseline for me being excited to log on to Satisfactory. You know somebody making that in Satisfactory? Like a content creator? Because if somebody's already done it, I definitely won't do it. This is how I'm feeling right now. I am up. Okay? I am up. But I'm actually still not really excited yet. Okay, I want to continue playing other games, and I am not going to start another playthrough unless I'm like way up here on excitement. Because these playthroughs are long. I've been doing this for 14 months, you guys. Multiple times a week, 1,000 hours. I am not going to commit to something unless I'm truly excited to do it. Does that make sense? Only my dad would make a graph to show his emotions. Doesn't everybody? Saddest Tirith would be crazy. Send a factory cart off the long, narrow edge, just like in the movie. Yeah. How high is the death layer? You can get rid of that. I would mod it if I needed to. I would mod for that. You can make it so that there is no death layer. But those are my ideas. But before we do that, guys, I mean, Ashes of Creation is coming. More of that is coming. I want to play Expedition 33, Schedule 1, Factorio, Stellaris, The Crust, Shapes 2. I don't know, maybe Star Rupture. Oh, I don't have my sign. There's other games. I might play Dyson Sphere. I'll probably be playing some other games. I was actually thinking of doing another little silly game, like Megabonk, that's kind of going mini viral. There's a game called Mini Balls. I was thinking of playing that on the stream. Oh my gosh, you got it in the first try. Sorry, ball pit.
Descend into a fast-paced fantasy roguelike that plunges treasure seekers into a bottomless abyss.
Can you guys hear that?
Monstrous hordes to be obliterated as you wield over 50 unique balls in devastating combinations. Wait, did that say 50? That's wrong. 60. Over 60 unique balls. Trust me, I know. I found them all. You see, while any two balls can
do you know why I want to
together
play this
for
game?
An additive combination of their powers and effects, certain pairs together, becoming a completely new ball with its own unique powers and effects and tactical.
Do you know I want to play?
And this new ball can also be fused to another ball, or possibly evolved again into a newer new ball with its own newer new powers and effects and applications, and the ability to be fused or maybe even evolved again. It just keeps going. But there's more to Ball Pit than battle. Rebuild Bulbalong with over 70 buildings. That's so many buildings, and they all do something. Either.
You know, I would want to play this game on the stream so that I can make ball jokes for hours. That's why. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I am insanely impressed. So there's a game that my viewers play on YouTube. Some of them play, just so that you guys are aware. And on Twitch, I'm letting you guys know. My daughter is one of my main editor. I do have somebody else doing some editing, helping me out, but she is my main editor. And she watches the stream. Well, once a month or so, various viewers gift me subs. Now on Twitch, you can pick who gets the sub gift, but on YouTube you cannot. It is random. And so we have dubbed the game Mini Golf. They gift my channel subs, and every time I hope that they miss Minikin, because that means more subs for me, more memberships gifted, right? And I, of course, am doing this for the money. So that's the game, Mini Golf, because they're trying to hit Minikin. Okie Sooner tried for the first time tonight, and look at it. Okie Sooner sent 5 gift memberships. The very first one was Minikin. Thank you, Okie Sooner, for the 5 gifted memberships. Minikin, Snow Owl, Anthony, Anti-Tactic, Air Kwanga. All gifted memberships. Insanity. Hit it the first time. Okie Sooner is truly the mini golf champion. So yeah, I was thinking about maybe trying that ball pit game, but I don't know. Ken, I keep smashing my balls against this rock. I know. The jokes write themselves. I've already played a game about beavers. Okay, I've played a game about bonking. Now it's time to play a game about balls. I don't know. What do you guys think? As another casual game, I got in the top 1% of Mega Bonk in a run last night, and I'm going to be honest with you, that might be it for me. Clearly a hole in one. Exactly. So I don't know, maybe we bust out Ball Pit when I need a chill game to relax and where I don't need a spreadsheet. Do you and Minikin ever stream together? So we've talked about it. It's tough because she's a sophomore in high school, and out of 7 classes, 4 of them are AP or honors. Plus she does the editing for me already, and so her schedule is, to say her schedule is full is an understatement. She's also in the choir. She also plays golf, which is ironic considering the conversation we just had. And she's on Academica, which is the academic decathlon. It's kind of like, mathletes or whatever. Minikin says, I think that's why the game exists. Also, if you do that, I don't think I'll be editing it. It'll be fine. Okay, we have to actually do some work in here, okay? I did think about streaming Schedule 1 with Minikin. I'll stay and do the automation. She'll go out and sell the drugs, which is exactly what we would do in real life if I was a drug dealer and Minikin was my helper. She would be the salesperson, and I would stay back and cook. Okay, I mean, Walter White, we do the whole thing. I mean, I would just make those kinds of jokes. Congrats to Minikin on her scholastic success. Well, she's in the process of being successful. She isn't done being successful, but she's in the process. Okay, guys, we have to figure this out. I love the chatting. I do love the interaction. It's really hard to stream. Like, no, I'm not even joking. It's really hard to stream when nobody's chatting with me. But at the same time, we do need to continue here. As every father-daughter duo should. Exactly. Actually, let's be honest. Her chemistry is getting such to the point, and I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say I've worked in sales or sales-related jobs, customer service-y type jobs, most of my life. I have a lot of problems with myself. Okay, like I have a lot of problems. Being charismatic and being passionate about convincing somebody to think the way that I want them to think is something that I am pretty good at, for better or worse. So she would probably be cooking, and I would actually probably be selling. Minikin, it's time to sell the drugs again. No, I want to do science. Yeah, exactly. My wife heard me yelling when I hit the mini and asked who scored the touchdown. Nice. You did. The answer was you scored the touchdown. Okay, we have to figure out these last 100 iron plates. So we looked and it was 3-1, right? So that means we need to find where are the 33.3 or 34-ish. It's 101. Here, let's look. What's this divided by 3? Okay, 33.7. Where are these reinforced iron plates going? They're going here. Okay? Because some of these iron plates went for modular frames that went here. These are done. The rest are here. They're here. Okay, and we need to take them to the heavy encased frame. Okay, so where is that? The heavy modular frame. Right here. It's in P2. Where are we? We're in P2. It's almost like I've planned this shit. All right, so heavy modular frames. It needs here's the 101.33 that it needs. 101.33. Okay, and look, we're in P2. So where is the heavy modular frames? Heavy modular frames is in the center console, in the center column. Yeah, Ray's probably on her way home, perhaps. This one right here. Now, what input is the iron plates? One of these two. Does it matter which? Perhaps not. Let's go to the bottom here. Are they both pointing the same direction? No. This one's pointing down. This one's pointing up. So the rubber is gonna come from a truck down here because we're making the rubber on an off-site factory. It's already made. We're burning it right now. The rubber's made. Rubber's gonna go in here. That means this is the iron plates. The iron plates come in from the top. Okay, and so I need to make the iron plates and then ship them up and then down. Or we could just maybe ship them in and then we rebuild those. I mean, honestly, it would be probably easier just to go up and then down. That doesn't bother me at all. So it's right here. This is our boy. Okay. So where are we going to make this? We're going to make it here. So we have to design this. We need 100 and 1.33 iron plates per minute. These are the last machines, guys, that were built, production machines that we're building in this factory. This is the last piece. Okay, look at this. Green. All green except for the 101.33. Green, 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 green. All of this is done. Literally the only part left is a small piece of iron, chunk of the iron plate production. We're doing it right now. Good night, guys. I have to go back to my editing dungeon. Yeah, who even let you out? She's got my old computer, by the way. You know how I got the 5090 computer for the gaming? She's got the old one that I used to stream on. And so she's downstairs. She's got her little editing dungeon. She sits with her cat and her dog and has her own little space that is in the same space that my wife does her art. So usually my wife is in there painting. My daughter is editing. I'm up here streaming. Yeah, we're a very productive family. Unless we're watching a TV show. We watched how many free run do you think we watched tonight, Minikin? I feel like we watched 7 or 8 episodes. Today was nice. It was nice and relaxing. All right, how are we making this damn shit? How are we making it? Plastic and iron ingots. So we're doing coated iron plate in an assembler. I thought it was an assembler. 4567 456. Get your 67 out of here. She's 15. What are you gonna do? Dude, where are you? Right there. Okay, this makes 75. We need 101.33. Oh, that's wrong, actually. Ain't no way Minikin said 6'7". She did. She says it to irritate me. Alberto, do you use Satisfactory Modeler? It's free on Steam. I do not. I've already ranted tonight about that. I've already been asked that question. I will just suffice it to say, sorry, I hit the wrong button. Satisfactory Tools does everything I need way faster than what I can do with Modeler, especially when I combine it with Excel. So I don't need Modeler. I think Modeler is good for modeling. It's in the name. I do not think Modeler is good for planning. I would do all what I would end up doing is all my planning with this tool, and then I would model it out for you guys so you could see it very clearly in Modeler. But I don't want to spend the time to do that. Once I've got it planned, I don't want to keep like dealing with it, you know? So that's why I don't need a modeler. I need a planner, and I already have a planner. Sal, you don't like modeler either? Yeah, I just don't think it has that much utility that I need. So we need 101.33. Minus 75. Actually, let's just divide by 2. 50.66665. It's probably that, to be honest with you. Okay, let's look at us our 101.33. Iron ingots in plastic. Whoops, I was an entire level off with this. I meant to put this up here. My bad. My bad, Mario. My bad. Apparently, there are teachers at my daughter's high school that have signs in their classrooms that say this is a 6-7 free zone. Like a drug-free zone. Which is, sorry, hilarious. Hilarious. Peated Scotch redeemed an in real life word ban for 5,000 channel points on Twitch. No, he banned it. He banned it. He's banning the words 6-7. That is hilarious. And I approve. I approve, sir. By the way, Pete, it's Scotch. I just finished drinking my red breast for the evening. He banned 67, not 67. I'm not supposed to be saying it. You're getting me in trouble. Okay. Down here. He did another band. That's funny. Hey, Massini, how's it going? Twitch has banned me from saying the numbers consecutively after the number 5. The 2 numbers consecutive after the number 5. I've been banned from saying them. Well, now, Ken, what is 66 plus 1? Oh, that's funny. All right, so we're gonna need plastic. We're gonna need a plastic line here. So let's run the plastic right here. To be clear, you meant 4 to 5. We didn't binge watch too much. Yeah. No. Yeah. She answered 4 to 5, and then she couldn't help herself and dropped the brain rot to mess with me. Yeah, it's 68 minus 1. I mean, hey, where's the lie? Okay, let's see if we can get a little more light in here, shall we? That's a little better. It's a little cloudy though. Okay, now down here we will bring in what we need for the iron ingots. We need 25.6, we need 50.667. It's like 2 again. I have a little bit too much space here, but it's fine. I don't care. So we'll just do 1 and 1 actually. 25.33. send it right up the middle. Looks like we are. Unless. Kateri more. I was just wondering if we were already sending up the iron ore that we needed, and I could just steal some from an existing line, but alas. No, I didn't say it. Penalty, more minutes added, 5 more. Okay. I mean, it is my attempt to never say those words. By the way, YouTube, we're up to 250 viewers, and we've grown like 150 viewers like really fast. So I'm sure all of you guys are asleep. Even though you're asleep, I appreciate you being here. And I hope that when you wake up, you have an overwhelming desire to subscribe and like and, super chat. Oh, crap, I did say it. I did say it. It was one of these ratios. I did. I didn't even think about it. They banned me from saying these two numbers, and I said them twice. It's not my fault. It's a very not you Shootle secrets. YouTube has a tendency to send me viewers that are on autoplay from long from viewing other videos, other long form videos. Saphiricon, I haven't seen you in a while, man. I'm not asleep, but I wish I was, not because of you, but because of the time. Well, leave me on while you fall asleep. You could fall asleep to my voice. Many people do. It weirded me out at first, but I'm fine with it now. Okay. We need the same thing for you. Feel free to fall asleep at the sound of my voice. Ah, why did you do that? I did like that stupid diagonal thing that sometimes happens. Sleep? Funny, I'm in a hospital for the clinical rotation. I don't know what that is either. We need a little signage here. Just repeat my bank's routing number over and over again? Okay. Don't worry, there's not much in it. I have 5 kids. 4 of them are girls, and they're starting to become teenagers. And Minikin has expensive tastes. right, all we have to do is hook the power into those machines, and that is the last, guys. The last of the production machines built. We will have 2 major jobs left. Let's get this done, and then we'll talk about what those jobs are. Okay? We are shockingly close to finishing off what we've been working on for way too long of a time. Or at least a portion of it, right? One piece of the puzzle. Huh. Oh, got that wrong. Much better. Mikey, how you doing, buddy? Did you get back to work okay? And you feeling better? And Mikey has been subscribed for 23 months on the Twitch, like a boss. Very soothing. Sounds of kin. Great marketing. Hey, you know, I'm part Satisfactory content creator, part podcaster, part ASMR. How much of those parts are up to you? Kin's kids, Dad, I want the diamond encrusted Barbie doll. No, but my kids, they like good food. My wife and I, we make good food. And they like good food, but I can't blame them. I like good food too. We had steaks for dinner tonight. But actually that wasn't on my kids. That was my father-in-law wanted that, and he paid for them. My wife, I have a really hard time getting a steak out at a restaurant because I order it, it's like $80 or $90, right? Like a good steak. And I eat it and I'm like, I just think to myself, my wife could have made a better steak at home for 1/4 of the cost. It's really hard for me to eat out. Certain types of food, right? Now there's other kinds of food that I can't make as well as the restaurant, right? I don't know how to make good Chinese food. I don't know how to make good sushi. I don't make good pizza at home. It's really hard to make good pizza at home. But like something like hamburgers or steaks or even Mexican, I can make really good Mexican, really good chili, that kind of stuff at home. It's really hard to eat out. Which is actually good. I don't want to be eating out anymore. Yeah, roughly 2/3 of those parts. Yeah, I hear that. About that, I got back to work. A week later, the CEO came from Switzerland saying the company is selling. Then later that day, half of us got laid off. Oh man. Well, at least you have your health. You looking for another job, man? Ken, that is so true. We just make steaks at home and they're just the best. Yeah, it's really hard to beat. Man, I hate to hear that about your work. I know that you really enjoyed that job. All right, let's clean these up. We don't need these anymore. And then let's talk about our next steps, guys. So far tonight, we've kind of just been picking off some leftover little tasks, but it's time to start thinking about the next large tasks that we have. Oh my gosh, I can smell Minikin's cookies cooking. It's not fair. Try not to eat anymore tonight. Now you're gonna chill for a while before looking for a job again? All right, man. Well, you're welcome to hang out on the stream. Uh-oh, Spadudios. Oh, we have another thing to do. It's not an uh-oh. We just have another thing to do. Let's connect. So this is actually the first step of the next big thing that we need to do. Okay? And it's connections. All of our production exists. Okay? But where does this need to be? We have to connect it to that. Right? All of our inputs need connections. All of our outputs need connections. They need connections to each other. Okay? That is the next big thing. We will not complete it tonight. We have to do 4 separate buildings. It's a very kind of cookie isn't food, so it doesn't count as eating. It is a mindset like that that has, you know. How very interesting. What happened to call for a bodyguard? Mikey, I don't know what you're saying. Try again. Thank you for the resub. Oki, I appreciate it. So we have to do all these connections, guys, and it's going to take probably a couple of weeks because we have 4 buildings to do. They're all one big factory, but there's 4 buildings. Okay. And so, you know, that's number 1. And then the last big thing we have to do is we have to route all of the raw resources. And that means routing it through the pyramid, right? Through the desert. By the way, this is the last green thing. Yay! What's that overused sound effect? Yeah, let me turn this so that you guys can hear it. You guys know which one I'm talking about. We've completed our last piece of building in the factory. All right. Oh, I see. There was an earlier comment about a bodyguard. Okay. So what I want to do is show you guys the scale of the raw resources that we have to put in. Are we on the right factory? We are. Okay, it's right here. 2,300 bauxite, 1,500 deuterium, 2,400 coal, 5,300 copper, 500 iron, 1,400 limestone, 750 nitrogen gas, 152 raw quartz, and 4,400 water. That's a lot. All has to be trained. Okay, including the nitrogen gas, everything. Okay, so that's the second of the large tasks. And then we can finally turn this beast on that we've been working on for months. And then Ogie Sooner, I see your super chat. I got distracted. He is asking, by the way, thank you for the $5 super chat. I really appreciate it. He said, can you tell me what ratio 85.7 would be? Well, let's ask the Google. What ratio would the percentage 85.7 be? Does that answer your question, sir? Kids are stupid. All right. All right, so we have to start these connections. It's a trap. It's a trap. And this is one of them, okay? We have some iron here that's being produced. Where does this go? We have to connect it where it goes, right? And so we're going to do the first one, and then we're just gonna start going through and we'll see if we can get this factory connected. And remember, we still have these sky bridges to use. We'll be using these sky bridges as well, okay? But let's start with the easy ones and work our way up. First time chat. Psych RPG. When did you start streaming? Would it make sense to start at 30? Would it make at 30 years old? Well, I started, I'm 41 and I started 2.5 years ago. I was 39. Killer Rain, I think he means, yeah, I think he means, you know, age, not how long I've been streaming tonight. Congratulations on finishing the build, or as my teenage daughter would have put it, and yeah, well, you know, there's still a lot, but at least we got those sections done. It's all right, Killer. You're good. You're good. Yeah. I'm gonna be honest. This YouTube channel for me is absolutely, without a doubt, a midlife crisis. You guys are living my midlife crisis. I didn't buy a fancy car. I didn't, date some 25-year-old. I started a YouTube channel, so, you know. We all have our vices. Mine is a YouTube channel in which I'm trying to make money. Actually has to be a splitter. A splitter? Splitter? I hardly know her. How do we do this? How do we do it? Like this. The Crisis Management Fund? Which fund is that? Which crisis is that? Oh, the midlife crisis. Thank you. Sorry, I already forgot. See, this is part of the problem of getting older. I'm 44 and I feel that in my soul I want to do the same. Plan is to donate to veterans organizations, whatever I make from streaming. Nice. I know a couple people that do stuff like that. For me, I have run successful, or at least marginally successful, businesses in the past. I want to take back my time from my 9-to-5 that I have. I want to do it in a way that I can control. I want to do it where I can do it from home, and where the time invested is not directly related to the income that I make. I'm salaried in my job, which is amazing. It's great. I have a great job. I would never complain about it. If I had to work for anywhere except for myself, I would work where I am. But, you know, I'm trying some stuff. I also like the idea of the fact that I, you know, can make money talking, right? Expressing myself, doing these types of sort of, you know, crazy things, as it were, right? These are all things that interest me and that I like the idea of. Now, we need to kill this. And if I can't do it, let's say I do this for 10 years and I'm just like, it's not going anywhere, that's fine. At least I know, right? And I don't have any regrets about it. And I think that that's, no, I think it's important for me. What do we want? We want splitter up. Up split. We want this one. What in the ass happened here? Okay, we can fix this. We can fix it. Mikey, he has an arrow pointing to himself that says one of Kin's regrets. Isn't that the truth? Let me scroll up. I missed some chats. Oh, redeem start a rant. User error. Biofuels should be more competitive with turbo fuel. I reject your rant and I start my own in its stead. The tier 5 fuel needs to be better than rocket fuel. What is it? Ion fuel or whatever? It sucks. I'm not even at tier 5 and I know I'm not gonna build it. Rocket fuel is really good. I like biofuel. I think biofuel could be better, but I do like the fact that it's so good in the rocket pack. I like how it has its own little use case. You guys have been really chatting over there. Mikey, you're in charge? That's a terrible idea. CubeWave, it's working as well, Ken. The YouTube algorithm showed me your channel. Good. I bought a Jeep and turned it into a Satan Mobile, called it Black Magic Midlife Fun. Nice. We all need a little something, right? Ken, it's not a matter of if, it's when for you. You have the talent. I have the potential. It's going to take a lot of work. It's going to take a lot of work on my part. I got to get better at streaming. I have to get better at editing. I have to get better at organizing. I have to get better at determining the right way to do content, right? But I do like live streaming more than like general YouTubing. How do we connect this, boys? How? I think I know, and it sucks. I have to come in like this. You come up like this. Sorry, I'll catch up on chat in a second here. Just trying to fix this. Why do you suck? Why do you suck? No. I appreciate the super chat, by the way, Saphiricon, I do. Okay, it's these kinds of connections and belting and trying to make it look good that we have a lot of in our future. A lot of the infrastructure is in place. Oh my God, look at that. Why are you so horrifying? Can we not? How about listen, let's try this. How about we not do this? In a way that looks like garbage. Have we tried just not sucking? Much better. Okay. Nice. Now, we do have to finish replacing these, all of them. Let's change, we need up, split. All right, now I can read some chat. Yeah, don't forget users rant redemption. I know, I feel like I didn't really give the rant the attention that it deserved. I will hold that rant redemption in abeyance, and we will rant when I'm in a it's appropriate for the channel. Both should be better. Riot, I agree. Or rocket fuel needs to be nerfed. Rocket fuel's too good. Turbo fuel I think is okay. I think biofuel needs to come up. I think rocket fuel needs to come down, and I think ion fuel needs to go way up. But would you want 80,000 people watching you, like on a stream? There are downsides to that, and I think that's what you're alluding to. I don't want an infinity amount of money. I want enough money to replace my income. How much is that? I don't know. And it doesn't all have to come from the stream, right? It can come from edited videos after the fact. Do I want 1 million views on those? Probably. You know what I mean? Run a beam across the splitters. All right, Mikey, have a good night, man. Mikey, thank you for the bits. What do you call a dog that does magic tricks? A labracadabrador. Ta-da, Ken said something goofy. I did. Can you ever think about how you got to where you are in life? Like, I used to be this age and now I'm here. It's pretty easy. I've had 2 main goals from as long as I can remember. They're the same things my dad did. Run my own business and have a large family and take care of them. That's it. I've accomplished both of those goals. Now, I currently don't own a business, except for if you count this channel. I'm also a licensed realtor, so in that sense, I own a business. But my main source of income is I am working as a salaried employee. I'm a consultant. I help school districts get money so that they can build schools. There are schools that exist in the state of California that I contributed to. They probably would still exist without me, but they may not be as nice. I helped them get extra money. All the choices in my life have revolved around, since I can remember, owning my own business and having a large family and taking care of them. Every choice has been for that. That's it. Actually, very few choices have been things that I wanted to do. Now, I tried to fit in things that I wanted to do with that where I can, right? And so I'm not saying that I do a lot of things that I don't want to do. However, I will say that this channel is an attempt to create a business of doing something that I want to do only. And I think in that way, it's the biggest difference. Does that make sense? Like, I used to flip houses. That opportunity, I didn't grow up wanting to flip houses. That opportunity was presented to me and I took advantage of it. And then I started my own business where I did that. Okay, but it isn't something that I had a passion for. Does that make sense? Right? And so I want to, and now my vision is expanding a little bit. I want to own my own business and work it with my family. I mean, no joke, one of the jokes that isn't a joke that I have made my entire life, well, my entire adult life, especially when I tried to start businesses with my friend groups, with my siblings, okay, start ventures with them. They weren't necessarily officially, not all of them officially got to business, right? But I realized that people suck. Even people that I hang out with or I'm related to, they suck, right? And they aren't people that I want to go into business with. So my thought was, well, I'll just have my new employees, train them up, and in 20 years, I'll have perfect employees. And, you know, so far, Minikin's working out pretty good. But, you know, I mean, I'm joking, but I really would like to run my business, have my small business, have my thing, and include my family, my immediate family, Mrs. Kin, Minikin, okay? I've got plenty of other children. I've got 5 of them. One of them's gonna want to work with me. So that's my plan. That's the long-term plan, right? Train up my own employees. Because everybody else is unreliable. Doesn't look as good as it could look. Now, I don't think that, you know, Minikin and I are gonna necessarily, you know, just that work. You know, she's got her own things, and I want her to do what she wants to do with her life, of course, right? But for now, why not help me with the editing? You know what I mean? Let's see. Earth. Eat Hawaiian pizza. Nice. Took me a second. I am from California. I eat Hawaiian pizza all the time. In fact, it's my favorite kind of pizza. How big is your family? I share your goal of having a family and taking care of them. I have tried to find something that I could do that isn't tied to the number of hours as well. I just started investing in stock. That is a major part of my life. That is not a major part of my life, but a major part of my strategy. I don't want to like necessarily talk about what I'm doing, because then it kind of turns into like financial advice that I'm not giving. But yeah, figuring all that stuff out is absolutely a major part of my life and what I'm doing with money, and so that I can generate income that is separate and distinct. But I want to turn something that I have a passion for into something that I do for a living, where I don't feel like I'm working. And it doesn't have to necessarily make me $200,000 a year or something, right? Enough. I just want enough. I mean, it's really what most of us want. Like I told you, I do have kids that have expensive tastes. I built an ionized fuel factory to fuel all the drones needed to ship in the parts for the production of said fuel. Nice, Saphiricon. All right, so this has been linked together. Now we have all the inputs from this little set hook into the appropriate place. Ionized fuel is nice in the jetpack. I agree. Yeah. Well, I don't agree. I'm looking forward to trying it though. Yeah, agree. Just to make it comfortable. Yeah. And there's things I want. There's things I want to do for my wife. I mean, we want to retire in Washington State, close to the ocean, where it's rainy. The Pacific Northwest. I love the Pacific Northwest. I love going up there. I would be happy if it rained every day of the year. My wife feels exactly the same. I would love to be up there, when the kids are out of the house, right? What's that going to take? That's another 20 years. That's another 15 years from now. What does that look like? I don't know. Right? But I'm trying to make moves, and I've been trying to make moves to make something like that realistic for quite some time. I've talked about a couple of my things on the channel. But yeah. Yeah, I live in Northern California right now, and the weather is good, but that's about all you can say about. And all my stuff is here, and all my family is here. That's really it. Okay, let's start figuring out some of this stuff. Okay, we need to start figuring this stuff out. Where is this going? What if we work backwards? Long story short, for basically all people, life is hard. Life is hard. You have to find the joys in life. For me, it's my family, it's my wife, it's my kids. I live a good life. I do. There are things that are difficult about it, sure. Do I wish that I could, eat like my brother does and not be a fatty? And cut 20 years off my life expectancy if I'm not careful? Yes, I do wish that. But you know what? It's fine, because I have other advantages. Like, I'd love to eat Hawaiian pizza every day. Who moved to Washington from California and was hammering down rain today, just like you like. Yeah. My sister lives in Snohomish. She got married up there. We went up there. I've liked that area long before my sister went up there. Minikin is back. I was just talking about you. Mini Kitty is trying to eat your hands. Well, Minikin has a cat that is a demon. Literally a demon. It's harder for me to adjust to the snow in the winter. Yeah. Full of leavings. You were from the Sacramento area like me, right? I think we talked about this. Does it snow near the ocean, like along the coast, or are you up in the high deserty area? Just curious. All right, I think we work backwards, guys. I think we work backwards. CubeWave says you miss snow in the winter. I don't have snow in the winter. I go to the snow. South Lake Tahoe is about an hour and a half drive from where I live. When we were growing up, we never had to deal with snow ever. I have never shoveled a driveway in my life, unless I was on vacation. We would go up to South Lake Tahoe, and we would have a weekend vacation there, get all of our have the snow, the fun, and then come home. Eating pizza every day is all fun and games until your stomach decides to throw the wrath of hell spawning demons in your intestines. You don't have snow either. You live in Arizona. Yeah. It's very pretty up here, and the seasons are more distinct. Yeah, then Northern California, the seasons aren't super distinct. I hear you there. Okay, so I think we work backwards, guys. And I want to do, we should probably do the thing that is the most complicated first, while I'm the least amount of tired. Okay, that's usually a good strategy. You're from the Bay Area, but went to Davis. We're on Olympic Peninsula now. I don't know if it snows on the coast or not. Oh, okay. So my daughter's looking at colleges. Hey, let me ask you guys. So my daughter is a sophomore. She's mini kin. She's in the channel. And you guys are all smart people. She's looking at a handful of colleges. I'm just curious if anybody that's listening to me now has gone to any of them. She's interested in science, biology, and perhaps chemistry, but not pre-med. Not being a doctor, researcher perhaps, but biology, cell work, chemistry, that area. See, she's asking, how was Davis? So the schools she's looking at are in Northern California, University of the Pacific, UC Davis, UC Berkeley, Stanford perhaps, and UC Santa Cruz. Does anybody have any experience with any of those? Just throwing that out there. Okay, so I say we work backwards and we start with the most complicated thing, and that is going to be the connections for the nuclear pasta. It's not going to be great. It's going to be a real pain in the butt. But if we can crack this nut, the rest should come. This will be like the hardest thing. Don't say the colleges. Why not? Besides, there's a huge lag. Like, why in the world would I not say the colleges? I can't think of any reason. Oh, and UC Merced? Yeah, but UC Merced looks lame. All right. A dox? Nah. I mean, what is a doxing? That there's going to be college-age girls at those colleges? You're so allergic to Davis, you had to leave the area, but you grew up in the area, so you know if you're allergic or not. Oh, dude, the allergies in Sacramento County are insane. Insane. That's another reason I need to leave. This is not going to be easy. You should do it first. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to use I need to use the restroom. We're going to set up a auto camera real quick. I'm not worried about the docs. That's not what I wanted. I hear what you're saying. I mean, if somebody really wanted to, you could figure out who I am, what I do. You could probably find my phone number. I mean, the internet is the internet, right? You know, at a certain point, you know what I mean? But I hear you. I will be right back. Arizona's not much better for allergies. It's probably worse. I think I did look up at one point the worst county in the United States for allergies, and Northern California was definitely up there. Arizona may have been as well. Davis is less quirky than UCSC, but it's a solid choice for biology. Last I checked, old info though, UCSC had good bio. I liked living in Santa Cruz better too, right on the ocean. I wanted to go to Berkeley or Stanford, but whatever. That's another reason that I need to make more money in this channel. All right, I'll be right back, guys. I just have to use the restroom. Okay, Sooner, that's inappropriate. One second. Davis is still ag-oriented, but also medicine. All right, let's get the cameras back on. Okay. Yeah, I agree, CubeWave. Well, and like I said, I mean, I do think, yeah, it's all good. I appreciate the concern. I'll say that. Okay, we have to figure this out. This is going to actually be the most complicated set. Where are we making the pressure conversion cubes? We're making them in P1. Should we start in P1? I think we should. I think we should go over to purple 1. We're in purple 2 right now. Let's head over to purple 1. By the way, this is purple 1, teal 1, teal 2, purple 2. We were in purple 2. All right, so I want to hook up the nuclear pasta. All right, and that means pressure conversion cubes and copper powder. Where are the pressure conversion cubes? I think they're here. Fused modular frame. Over here. Oh my gosh, there's a bunch of stuff we didn't do. I forgot we didn't do this stuff. We need to hook this stuff up, you guys. Crap, I thought I was done. Thought I was done with machines. I played the kids cheering sound. And we have a bunch of stuff to do. We gotta work through this. I should not have made those green. They weren't ready. Okay. Calm down, Ken. We have to do this. And that's where the rotors end. Let's start figuring this out. Supercomputers, assembly director systems, and a blank one. All right. Where's the pressure conversion cubes? We have to figure this out over here. Fuse modular frames, radio control units. You're in P1. Video control units are in B. Pressure conversion cubes, are you above B? This is column B. Are you up here, pressure conversion cubes? No, radio control units. Modular frames. Going up. Here they are. Okay, they're going up. Okay, we got them. We got the pressure conversion cubes. I found them right here. All right. We need a standardized wall. replace all of this. I think it should be in line with this one. Yep. Sorry, I'm thinking about like 20 things at once here, guys. Full of leave-ins. I did the Cal grants and the Pell grants as well. I did the same thing. Okay. Invu, thank you for the follow. I don't know if you followed while I was using the restroom or what, but I appreciate it if you're still here. What's this? Used modular frame. Just backwards. What are you using the fused modular frames for besides the pressure conversion cubes? Thermal propulsion rocket. Did I not build those? Turbo motors are over here. Trying to figure out how this puzzle is going to fit together. Assembly directors. Right here. Why did I base them like that, though? Okay. We have a lot to do. Let's do the power. No, let's do the hookups in case I need to move them. Then I won't have the power in place. Motors and stators. We make motors. Motors go up to here. Bring in the rubber. We need cooling systems. Radio control units. Cooling systems. Modular engines, they're here. Why are they going down? It's a mistake. Modular engines need to be going up. Here's the assembly director system. Should we do this one first? More cooling systems and radio control units. And the adaptive control units. Yeah, where's our adaptive control units? Those are in P2. So the adaptive control units that we need here are actually going to come in here. Where do we start? I'm building out the system, the rules by which I'm going to try to do this. 8 meters from the edge. Start there. We know every 8 meters. They're going to come from down there. That's unfortunate. Where do we belt across, do you guys think? Right here, probably. Right here, probably. Come on, autosave, you're killing me. Okay, adaptive control units. Where do we need you? We need you all the way up here. We want to enter the column. What if we enter the column here? No, I like the idea of running, because we're gonna run out of space. Let's enter where we need to enter. No, I know. We do this. Okay, let me catch up on chat. Sorry. Bro, glad I got you. I'm looking for design help. Can you give a brief explanation on how to make good circles? I have a middle circle point, but my circle's pointy. Any tip helps. Yes, Valius. I need a second on this anyway. I'm deep in design here, trying to figure out some solutions. Happy to take a quick break. Well, Bleathens is correct. The catwalk method is way less clean. Let's you guys are on the right track. You guys are handling it in the chat, but let me do a quick little demonstration. I think you are most of the way there, but this is how I make my circles. Okay, so we take and we put one foundation on top of another foundation. Not on top of the ground, it has to be on another foundation. We hold control and we rotate our mouse. See the difference between this and that? A and B, that's 5 degrees. Okay? I build, and then I go out 10. 5 degrees. I build, then I go out 10. Come out here, and we look, 10, there's still some overlap, right? Oh Lord. There's still some overlap here, right? If we go out 11, now it's a little bit too much, depending on the wall. Different walls have different coverage. Okay, so 11, these walls have that little notch that you can see. See that? If we go 11 minus 1, there's no gap. This is how I use, this is all my circles. All my circles. This one here, same thing, right? You can't see it, but some of my roundabouts, okay, that I've designed, all versions of this. Sometimes they're tighter. Sometimes I don't go all the way out to 11 minus 1 meter, but essentially, this is the type of thing that I do. I do not use ever the catwalk method. That is always my starting point. Yeah, I feel like the catwalk method is not circular enough for me. Okay, this is where the transfers happen. Okay. Better control unit, super cooling system. What is being transferred through here? Modular engines. That's really a poor move. All of these things are so interconnected, it's really hard for me to find a starting place. Does that make sense? I kind of am going in circles here. Wow, easiest explanation and straight to the top. Understood, 100%. I'm glad, man. Glad. Minikin says 307 people watching, but only 17 likes. Her cat is mad. Guys, you do not want her cat mad. It is the spawn of Satan itself. Okay? Please. Do me a favor. That cat will attack me if it's mad. Please like the video. The song bops. Some of these songs are really good. All right, let's look. What are we bringing? Iron plate and rubber. Plastic, rotors, stators. I'm thinking of making a change. The radiator control unit cooling system. Do we need them over here as well? Yes. Yes. The answer is yes. So maybe we bring them up and then we just bop them over. Okay. Same with the rotor stators. We're bringing them up here. We bop them over. Why do that? Why not just... No. Thinking like switching them, but that causes different problems. What are these? Cat ore and steel pipe. It's making rotors. We need the rotors here. That's why I put them here, because we need the rotors. These are motors, right? Yeah. There's a lot here. As many notes as I've taken and as organized as I've been, this is still a lot. Plastic smart plating. Modular engines. Those are the only two places the rotors need to go? The smart plating modular engines are right here. Tell me this is the rotors. Tell me this is the rotors. It's not. Is it? I could have done this better. Making rotors and they're going down. I mean, I guess they can go down and they can come back up. Seems really silly though. Why don't they just come up? And then we send them down next door and up to the other stuff. We have to switch a bunch of stuff. We're getting there. One notch catwalks makes okay circles, but it's a pain. Yeah, they're not my favorite. I also prefer the center method because it's easier to plan around the center of the circle than from the edge. I agree. Definitely. You can make, you find the, the center of the circle and you go from there. Ken, are you going to belt or truck the space elevator parts to the space elevator or take them by hand? Oh, because there's so few parts that have to go to the space elevator, I always just take them by hand. I will truck them to storage. I'll have a storage system set up for them. Actually, we're not making net Phase 4 space elevator parts. So they're just going to build up and then I'll grab them, send them up to the space elevator, and then we're using these Phase 4 space elevator parts to be ingredients in our Phase 5 space elevator parts to beat the game. Do you think fluid truck gonna solve the fluid problem? No, that was a joke. It doesn't solve the fluid problem at all. I think that was intended to be a sarcastic joke. The video from Coffee Stain yesterday morning. It is, I think there's a subtle but not official acknowledgement that there is a problem. And the joke is, guys, we solved it. And they give us a fluid truck that doesn't solve it. I think it is a sarcastic joke. Ronan, thank you for the follow, man. That was a troll indeed, the video. Yeah, it was. And he's doing it on purpose, and that's fine. That is his method that he is sharing information. I don't have a problem with it, but I've gotten that question a lot. So it is confusing. Clearly. What's the fluid problem? Fluids are buggy. There's issues. You have to do certain things in certain ways, and you can avoid most of them if you do it right, but not all of those ways are intuitive, and so you have to go and seek resources outside of the game in order to complete tasks that are demanded of you inside the game. I don't think I think by definition that means that there's an issue. No. The fluid trucks are low-key cool. I hope that wasn't part of the troll. No. I think the fluid trucks are cool, and they will exist. I think the joke was, guys, we fixed the fluid problems you've been complaining about. Here's a truck. With the subtext being, we know this won't fix them, but here's a truck anyway. Right? I don't think that the existence of the truck is the troll. I think the joke is, we acknowledge that we have fluid problems, and here's a thing that that won't help. I hope they remember to buff the capacity of fluid trains. If they buff the capacity of fluid trains, that helps a lot. There's other things that need fixing too. All right, guys. I'm trying to hold this all in my head, and it's not easy. And it's probably because I can't even see it myself. It's really hard for me to communicate it to you. All right, so I'm gonna try to do this. We have a bunch of parts that are being made up here that need a bunch of other parts, and I'm trying to place them in a way that make it the easiest for them to share needed parts. For instance, the rotors. Okay, we're making rotors in this line. That's what these guys do. The problem is that I made the rotors go down. See, this is the rotor production. They go down. I don't think they should go down. I think I have to redo this. Now the good news is I've made a blueprint that makes redoing this very easy. Okay, we want merge up merge, and I put it in my hotbar, and then we just do this. Why are you not auto-connecting? You have to be there. Let's make sure that's correct. It is. Okay. And now when we make the rotors, we bring them up instead of down, and then we can do something with them. We have to change another one of these two. We have to change this one. This is the turbo motors. I'm sending them down. Why the hell am I sending them down? I don't need them down. I need them up here. Okay. So some of this I designed before I knew exactly where some of these pieces were going to be. And so that's kind of what happens. And so I don't mind it, but it's just part of the process. But I still am having kind of a hard time keeping this all in my brain at the same time. That's okay. That's okay. We'll get there. And then if I can't, part that irritates me is actually not the fact that I can't figure it out, because I know I'll figure it out. What irritates me is that, like, I have a hard time, I'm having a hard time communicating it with you guys, right? Because if I'm confused, then you're definitely confused. That's really how I got my name Kin, right? It's because I'm always confused. That's not the reason. The origin story of why I started going on the internet by the name Kin is actually not a terrible story. All right, first job done. Now all rotors come up. All rotors come up. And they end here. Now, what do we do with them? I think we have to do 3 things with them. Yes. Pipe connections, there's a bunch. Hey, Ray. Fluid bugs, multifarious. You have a cracked skull, here's a band-aid. No, I don't think it's here's a cracked skull, here's a band-aid. I think it's like, here's a cracked skull, here's a birthday cake. It's not even it's not even a band-aid. And I think that's the joke. I think that's the joke. We also have to remember, guys, think of all of the quality of life upgrades and new things that we got in 1.1. We have been told one single thing we're getting in 1.2. There's going to be a whole host of additional things that we get in 1.2 that we don't know about. Maybe he can joke about this because in 3 weeks, we're going to get a video telling us of the additional changes to the fluid system. Maybe not, but I'm just saying we have no idea what the remainder of 1.2 is going to deliver for us, okay? So don't take it too seriously. Appreciate the fact that fluid trucks are coming and really just let it go at that because we don't know the rest of the story. No, you guys, let me be clear. I am not saying that Coffee Stain Studios is trolling their community. What I am saying is the community manager presented a feature that is coming in 1.2 in a sarcastic, troll-like way. That's what I'm saying. And I think it's funny. I do think it's confusing, but I think it's funny. Does that make sense? And by the way, he says kinda. If you, it's there. Where is it? I mean, this is the troll. This is the truth. It's there, guys. I mean, and look what he's doing. He's making the joke. Good news, everyone. I mean, come on. It's meme. He's memeing. So, like, that's just the presentation of the information. The information itself isn't a troll. Now, CubeWave makes a good point. It's very common for Coffee Stain. Look at the first game that Coffee Stain Studios made. Guys, this is the first game that Coffee Studios made. It's called Goat Simulator. Give me a break. Okay. King Fused. I am. Sometimes connections don't work. Sometimes splitting a pipe with a junction results in a different flow than billing the pipe to the junction. Floor holes used to bug flow might still. Valves don't go to the same significant figures as the other machines or allow exactly the flow they should. Also, valves don't work if the cutoff portion of the valve doesn't work. If the flow going into the valve isn't full. Like if you've got a Mark 1 pipe and you're only giving it 200 and you want to cut it down to 100, it doesn't work right. It kind of cuts it in half or whatever. It doesn't cut it the way that you want it to. Can you pull the lift a half foundation out would stop crossing and vertical block? I missed what you're talking about there. A sloot machine? I'm high for 1.2. Fluid checks or no fluid checks? Just yeah. Fluid checks are just the first thing of probably many we're gonna get in 1.2. Don't think about it too hard, guys. Good God, you're still on about that? People keep asking me questions about it, Oki. I'm confused. Who's the troll in this story? You, us, or Coffee Stain? Neither. The community manager, Mikhail, is memeing a little bit. He's trolling a bit. The presentation of the information. Yeah. Yeah, 1.2 will bring a new golf swing emote, and yes, we also solved fluids. Yeah. The fluid truck. You can drink cola on the go. I always could. I get one of those hats. Up there working on a fancy new dongle for my build gun. Don't we all? Don't say dongle. I'll get banned on Twitch. Only a 30-day ban, though. That's a reference. Okay. Okay, we can do this. We can do this. Let's continue the rotors. Rotor's now coming down. Now I have to delete this. Okay. So now we need a down split. I have to delete that. Remember, making these connections is the next big project here, and it's not easy. This is going to be hard. She said, but it's the truth. All right, but we have the tools. We just have to be patient, work through the problem, and solve enough problems. And like the Martian, if we solve enough problems, then we get to finish the game. Oh, hey, Minikin, are you still watching? I can't. Floor holes may still bug flow because my pipes are wacky. I'm gonna replace them with what Kin did for the water pipes in the build. Why doesn't Kin test that? I've tested that. fluid, I've made this point before, but fluids in Satisfactory are kind of a religion. Okay, you know, one person does a wacky thing to solve their fluid problem, and then they start telling everybody else that their wacky thing solved it. And you know, correlation is not causation. And then if you start arguing with people about their wacky thing that they did or didn't use to solve it, and why that wasn't the solution, why it was actually something else, then they declare a holy war on you and try to get you canceled. It's crazy out there, guys. All right, so some of the stuff, they're interconnected, and you know, one thing, like let's say you've got a big pipe network. All right, you've got a bunch of shit happening on this side of the pipe network, and you've got a bunch of shit happening over there. Well, sometimes when thing A is flipped, is one way on this end, it affects something over here. And maybe you're having a bugged issue over here, but the actual cause of it is way over here. And maybe you make some changes over here, but most people, and here's actually, I think, the core of why it is difficult to diagnose fluid problems, because in order to see if your fluid fix is working, oftentimes you need to give it like 30 minutes. But very, very few people, including myself, don't have the patience to change one thing, especially if you have to change that thing maybe 20 times across your blueprints or across your machines, right? Most people don't have the patience to test one thing and then give it 30 minutes to see if that one thing fixed it. Most people, me included, change about 5 or 6 things, and then we give it a half an hour. Otherwise, we'd be here forever. But how do we know which one of the 5 or 6 things caused the problem to go away? And oftentimes, some of those things that you've changed interact with each other, right? And so changing one will cause outcome A. You know, changing one causes outcome A. Changing number 2 causes outcome B, but changing both makes a completely third different outcome because they interact, because of how they interact. That happens all the time with fluids, okay? And that's why it's very difficult. You pray to the Adeptus Mechanicus for it to work? Yeah. Yeah, or it makes the problem worse, right? And here's the other thing. I may tell you that you need to do, one solution here on this on this side of the network, and you do that, and maybe that did help. But maybe you had 2 effing problems. And then you come back to me and you say, Ken, I did the thing that you said and it didn't work. Doing that thing doesn't help. Well, you had some other problem. Does that make sense? That happens all the time. Speaking of this, I am thinking about something. Well, actually, we're not thinking about it. We're going to do it. I have 2 saves already. I am going to start a Fix My Factory series. I'm going to have viewers provide me and Killer Rain, who's a mod on Twitch. He's going to double check, make sure there's nothing weird going on with the save file. And I'm going to upload people's saves. And I'm thinking about doing this on Friday nights, and I'm going to fix their factory. Okay, it's Fix My Factory series, not Fix My Save. Okay, I can't play your save for you, but I can hopefully maybe get your power plant to 100%, and maybe we'll debug, we'll learn, we'll talk about fluid fixes, right? We'll actually put it into practice. We'll see the problem, we'll work on it together. I'm going to do it live, and then I'm going to make videos about it. And it won't just be fluids, right? But let's be honest, most people are going to send me fluid problems. But I'm thinking about doing that as a recurring series. So tell me what you guys think about that idea. And then if you are interested in actually having me look at your save. And really, again, I'm going to want a specific thing to fix, not just here's my spaghetti, figure it out. I can't do that. But those are my thoughts. All right, so we're sending the rotors down. We fixed that one. Now we have to send the turbo motors up. Right now, the turbo motors are going down. They come out of here. Sorry, not the turbo motors, the modular engines. The modular engines are going down. Flemballer, when is this happening? How much time do I have to design a broken factory for you to fix? I've already got the first two. I may do the first one next week. We'll see. I found out the hard way that 2 wrongs at point B actually solved a problem caused at point A, which led to great frustration when trying to solve the same problem later. There's some funky stuff in the fluid dynamics of this game. I mean, I love this game. This is one of the best games I've ever played in my entire life. But there's still some problems. You can have the person in your Discord chat with you so they can verbally communicate with you. I could, but I think just figuring it out myself might be better. Make a poll. I don't like polls because when I make a poll, I feel like I have to abide by the results, and I would rather just do what I want. But I still want your guys' advice, but I want the ability to ignore it. Hey, Sushi Cat. Attempting for my inefficient rocket fuel plant, but I never cleaned up my no foundation starter factory, so your eyes would bleed. It's okay. Okay, so let's switch this around. Now we need merge up. Okay, so now these will end coming up. I'd watch it for someone else's save, but no one should see your no cosmetics ugly save. That's funny. No one deserves that. Your worst enemy. You wouldn't wish that upon your worst enemies. I've noticed that floor holes tend to want to connect to the wrong face. Like the top pipe connects to the bottom face of the floor hole and the bottom connects to the top face and it ruins pipes. Does that connect in a way that is not easy for you to notice? Does it, like, when you connect it, it looks like that it's correct, but it is in fact not correct? I also fully admit that I believe that the 1 meter floor holes are the real evil perpetrators of this story, not so much the 2 meter or the 4 meter floor holes, meaning like if you put a floor hole through a 2 meter foundation, right? Obviously it's a different item here, right? You know, versus this one, right? These are not the same. And I have a feeling that a lot of the issue is most likely with the 1 meter floor holes. And so if you're somebody that never builds 1 meter foundations, then perhaps in your entire Satisfactory lifetime, if you only ever build 2 meter foundations, perhaps you believe that floor holes work perfectly fine because you've never actually used the broken version of them. Does that make sense? So there's so many variables with this that it's really difficult to litigate in this kind of a format where there's so many different people with different levels of experience that build in this very sandbox game in so many different ways. And to say that one thing or another thing is true all the time, it's really difficult. And so I have rules that I live by, and I share those rules with you guys. But that in no way should mean that I think that I have a monopoly on the best ways to fix these problems. Okay, so I want to fix something else that's bothering me. These iron plates. These are the iron plates that go here. How are we getting them? Where are we making them? I don't know. I think they have to be made up here, but in order to do that, we need to send up plastic and iron ore. We're already sending up plastic, so that's good. Oh no. I did the wrong one, you guys. This needs to be the rotor. This is the plastic. Because only the plastic goes in here once. The rotor also goes in here, but it needs to be shared with this one. Damn it. The plastic has to be reverse. I have to undo what I did and do it the other way. I am frustrated. All right, let's undo our mistake first. I did the wrong line. It's my fault. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. We're all right. This is not going to be built tonight. We take our time. We learn from our mistakes. Blame Oki sooner for the mistake. I'm sure it was his fault. I think he was distracting me. You know, and once we offload that sense of personal responsibility, you know, everybody that is my age or younger should, then we can then move on with our lives. And so now that I have solidly placed the blame on somebody else, I am now no longer upset about it. See how easy that was? Yeah, it's not noticeable and it makes pipe acts funny. Yeah, those are the bad ones, right? When there's a bug happening that you can't visually see, right? And we're supposed to have protection against that by, you know, making sure that the hologram colors are correct, you know, that kind of a thing. Hey, look, you solved my problem. The horizontal to vertical explorer measures blueprint. I could not make it work. Oh yeah. You mean like this right here, connecting these? I couldn't make it work either until I did that. If that's what you're talking about. All right, there's our plastic. Now we're gonna need more plastic. We're also gonna need some iron ore. Now, problem is we're a little out of space here. We may send the iron ore up right next to it here. And then what's this guy? He's a stator. Stators are... Where are the let's focus on one problem at a time. One problem at a time. Not gonna worry about the stators yet. Fixed that. Now we have to actually fix the rotors. Rotors need to come down, and they're this one. Okay, so now we need a split down. Down split. Okay, because remember, the rotors are being made, and the rotors are here. So now we'll just come over, drop them in. Okay, and we need a bunch of other things for the rotors to do up here, right? I was sending the rotors down, and then, I mean, I guess that could have worked. I could have sent them down, but I don't know. I don't want the extra belts down here. This is better. I'm just gonna keep telling myself this is better. This is what I was talking about earlier in the stream, the type of work that we still have ahead of us. You know, the machines might be in, but the connections and the logistics between those machines or sets of machines, the blueprints, right? Those, there's still a lot of work to do on that front. You know, and this is, we have a lot of this to do. But we'll get there. I think this is the most complicated factory I've ever made. And I think that the only other one that I think is close is probably the rocket fuel factory in the city. That one is pretty hardcore as well. Korthal's executed. He has to take responsibility. I haven't seen Korthal in a while. He's kind of taken a break from Ashes, but I do stream pretty late for him, remember? So, all right. So I think this is fixed. Now, how are we going to make this iron plate? And is it moving down like it should? Okay, at least this one's moving down like it should. So this iron plate, I think maybe it's not much iron plate. Maybe we do it here, okay? Because this guy, he's all alone. I'm alone. Okay, so let's move him over here. There's plenty of space. Maybe we do a little something like this. And then we build coated iron plate. Now, how much iron plate do we need for the smart plate? Ten reinforced iron plates worth. And remember, that's a 3-to-1. So we need 30. So we just knock this on a 30. Okay. Now we need plastic and iron ingots. The plastic we are sending up. Remember, that's right here. We have extra plastic. Now, do we need more plastic? I think the answer is yes to that. So maybe we should do one of our splitter things, and then we'll move it over. So we need a split up. Just go like this. Remember, only iron plates are going to come out of this, and they're flat against the belt, so we don't have to worry about clippage. Okay. Plastic is in. Now we're going to need to transfer up some iron ore. Okay, there's the iron ore. And then this is going to come all the way down. Let's go ahead and mark the signage for it. Okay. Okay. Iron ore. Plastic. No. Iron ore. Plastic. Should we do the whole thing? We should. We should just start marking this. We really, really, really should. As we go. I didn't do it, but we need to start. Our future selves, future kin will thank present kin, let me tell you. This was the iron plate, and this was the rubber. Hold on, I'll catch up in chat in a second. I know you guys are chatting. Sometimes I have to take care of some of the stuff before I lose it. Okay. Full of reasons. Oh, I built 2-meter foundations. Yeah, maybe that's why you haven't had a problem. Okay, Sooner, I don't know what you're saying there. Wouldn't it be nice to place a screen with a picture of what goes on each column with a picture of it? Yeah, I usually do that. I see that I'm doing that now. I know that you said that long before I started doing that. I have this going on in the other tower. I just haven't been doing it here yet, and I needed to start. Okay. We are bringing order to chaos. Slowly, surely, getting there. You'll call me slowly. That's the dish. That's rubber. Rubber's already coming up. Okay, so we need some of these things. Let's mark these down here so we know what we're working with. Okay. I think this is Caterium ore. It is. What is that? That is steel pipe. Okay, steel pipe, Caterium ore, and then this is our rotor. The rotor setup. Let me go ahead and remove this. I don't like that. I like the cleaner look of this. Okay. So we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna mark it down here at the bottom so they're all in the same spot, even though it doesn't start till later. Caterium ore, iron pipe. Oh, those are backwards. Why? Okay, this is Toyota. Hey, Ken, long time no see. Where's the Christmas stuff you refused to delete a while ago? It still exists. It is, oh, like in my inventory? Do you mean in my inventory? It may not be there anymore. Or do you mean the factory? This is Caterium ore. And this is iron pipe. Oh yeah, he went mini golfing, and in the very first gifted membership of his very first try of 5, he hit her. First attempt, which is crazy. I can't imagine the chances of that. Okay, so these are our tools. These are what we have. Oh, my ears bothering. By the way, oh, we need to mark this one too. This is the turbo motor. No, the modular engine. All right. These are the tools we have available to us. Let us continue. We're gonna need some radio control units and some cooling systems. Rotors and stators. So we already have rotors. We're going to need some stators. So let's make a list. What does column... Okay, we need stators. RCU and cooling. What is this going to make? It's going to make the assembly director system. An adaptive control unit. We already have that cracked. That's here. The adaptive control unit is here. That's cracked. We're good there. We did that one already. So we need stators. What else do we need here? Well, cooling systems and radio control units and rubber. And then we're making the turbo motors. And then what do we need here? The modular engines from next door, the turbo motors we made down below, more cooling systems, and these damn fused modular frames. Okay, so we just need one more thing. Fused modular frames. All right, so let's start hooking these up and asking for them. Now the RCU and the cooling systems, I think when we make them, they go down. That's okay. They are going down because we need radio control units, I believe, in a lot of places. They have a lot of jobs. 3 different jobs. The turbo motor is only one of them. Ooh, the pressure conversion cube is another one. I think we turn this one around, you guys. They're all right here. This is in column E on the end. This one's in column D next to it. Boom, boom. And this one is the pressure conversion cube, which is where? Which is here. It's this one. I'm sending it up. What if I send it down? What if I do the same thing? I do the radio control units. Right here. What if we reverse these? We split out some, send them in. We reverse this one, we reverse that one, send the radio control units over to there and then down. And then the rest, we send up and we come over right here. I gotta turn these around. And then we need them here. Radio control unit. Okay? It's a lot of work. I'm gonna try to hold it in my head. Cubewave, how much longer is the stream? It's almost over. There's a few more hours left. How long have we been going? 4.5. I usually try to do 6 to 8. I would say 2 more hours at least. Inventory. I win if it doesn't exist now. I have fireworks. I have snowballs. That's all I have. Pal Yoda, I think that can we call that one a draw? All right, radio control units. Let's turn them around. Let's turn the ship around. Merge up. Right now, these are merge downs. I got rid of some of my Fixmas stuff, but I kept some of it as well. I don't know if I've ever been in a stream this late. Yeah. I mean, it's only 1:30 a.m. for me. This is about when I would start thinking about quitting if I had to go to work tomorrow. But I don't. So I'm gonna stay longer. F you, Kin. I think you win. I'm willing to call it a draw. Look, let's be real. I did get rid of some of it. And the fireworks and the snowballs are at least partially useful. And your original argument was, why are you keeping around that stuff that is absolutely not useful? I think I probably did get rid of the absolutely not useful things. But I did keep some that were partially useful. So I'm willing to call it a draw. I don't know, that probably was months ago, by the way. Oh, look at that mistake. That was not a good mistake that we found, but it doesn't matter anyway because we deleted it anyway. What do you guys think about me playing Ball Pit? I was thinking about kind of changing out the silly game of Mega Bonk. I'm about done with it, I think. I might play it every once in a while if I get a hankering, but I got a score last night that was in the top 1% of the world. I mean, that scratches my itch. I might move on to something other kind of silly thing. You know, I like having an option where, like, on a Sunday night where I don't want to have to like think too hard, but I want to stream or play something for a couple hours. I like having that option. And you know, there isn't any like commitment to some long ass series or something. It's just a game that I can play on the stream. Not a real life ball pit, you freak. This one.
Descend into a fast-paced fantasy roguelike that plunges treasure seekers into a bottomless abyss teeming with monstrous hordes to be obliterated as you wield over 50 unique balls in devastating combinations. Wait, did that say 50? That's wrong. 60. Over 60 unique balls.
And let's be clear, I would just make ball puns.
Trust me, I know. I found them all. You see, while any two balls can be fused together for an additive combination of their powers and effects,
Fusing two balls together, very painful.
certain pairs can be evolved together, becoming a completely new ball with its own unique powers and effects and tactical applications. And this new ball can also be fused to another ball or possibly evolved again into a newer new ball with its own newer new powers and effects and applications and the ability to be fused or maybe even evolved again. It just keeps going. But there's more to Ball Pit than battle. Rebuild Ball...
There's always more to Ball Pit than battle. I don't know. Maybe it takes the place of what Megabonk has been, where, like I said, it's just kind of chill. There's no stress. There's no commitment from me. If I play it if I feel like it, I don't play it if I feel like something else. Oftentimes I've played a lot of those on non-traditional stream nights for me. You know, if a Sunday night, I just jump on and we hang out. Right? That's kind of what I'm thinking. Draw, you agree those are useful? Yeah. I mean, I kept them because they're useful. We argued about it a long time ago, but I feel like I only within a few months ago actually made the change. All right. Now all of our radio control units go up. Now, where is our need? Where does our need begin? Maybe we don't have to change this. Maybe we just pull them over here. How many do we need? Oh my gosh, not very many. Well, maybe. What is this? This is the fused modular frame. How many radio control units does the fused modular frame blueprint require? Three times 4 times... No, 3 times 6 plus 0.667. We need 20. How many are getting made? When I would peel these off. Fused balls, sweaty balls. There would be many balls. $4.5. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's not gonna work. 4 times 4.5. 18. Too short. All right, so let's flip this around and we'll come in from the top so that we're sure. And it's fine. It's fine. Now we need split downs. I don't know. What do you guys think? I'm thinking about it. Something chill. A Sunday night, a Monday night game for me. Something for me to play that isn't Megabonk. Honestly, most people wouldn't have a problem with pretty much anything that I pick. as long as, you know, it's fun for me. Okay. Yeah, well, I mean, you know that I've got a mod, right? You remember that, right? I'm sure you do. Ew. Oh. That's the wrong one. Oh my gosh. Stop it. Stop deleting stuff, stupid. I need that. Okay. Radio control units for the pressure conversion cubes are in. Now. Oh my God. No, they're not. Oh my God. So bad. So bad, you guys. The button I want there. I could have left most of this infrastructure in it. It was silly of me to delete it. Till I was, well, I mean, I thought I was done, to be fair. Why did you do that? That's what I had. Should have just left these connections. All right. Okay, now they're done. Sav, how's it going? It's going great. Are you doing another Christmas factory and massive fireworks video? Yeah, well, I was thinking actually of doing just a add-on, or maybe kind of spend a couple streams, nothing crazy, of you know, maybe fixing up the one that I already have. And calling that good, right? Maybe improving the one that I already have. Okay, now, where's the rest of the radio control units? We're headed over. We're headed over here, but where? We can come in and then come down. You're needed. Let's call it here. Now, are you only needed once? Yes. Yes. Which is good. So let's do a split down. So we have, we do. And then where are you needed here? In only one place. Okay. Now, all we need is to connect this to this. First thing I think we do is determine the level. That ain't it. Give me a new save? I don't know. I don't know. I am starting a new series where I take and I work on fixing other people's factories. Which I think will be very cool. I've even got a couple of factories already sent to me. Okay. Radio control units have been connected. All radio control units are going where they need to go. One piece at a time, baby. One piece at a time. We will get there. Some are harder than others. That's what she said. Okay. We got this one done. Close one. Okay. Motors are done. Now, we need stators and rotors. I believe this is our rotors. This is easy. Autosave, always at an inconvenient time. Kivar, $10 super chat, bro. Thank you. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. And I appreciate all the comments that you've been leaving on my videos, my shorts and everything. That stuff really matters. So thank you for that. Yo, dude, I am late game and I want to build a factory for my storage. Items for me to build with. How do I even estimate how much to make? For example, 20 encased beams per minute, 2,000 per minute. Thanks. So you're already late game. Why? So you're not... I always try to make extra when I make something for me to build with. Does that make sense? Like when I make the wire that I'm gonna need for whatever, I make extra there and I use that for building. But you've already made your factories and now you want to do another factory just for building, or maybe additional for building. So yeah, how much do you need? That I'm not actually answering your question, right? Your question is how much should you build? That's an interesting question. First of all, it doesn't have to be exact. Yeah, okay, so you want to expand it. Okay. So first of all, it doesn't have to be exact. All right, and so because making something exact is kind of a bigger pain than just like making, like let's take motors. Motors are easy. It's 5 per minute. Let's do the regular reinforced iron plate. That's also 5 per minute. These are not good. I mean, all right, how about this? All right, let's say I would never use that recipe. This one, perfect example. Let's say you got iron plate and you got plenty of wire and you want to make some reinforced iron plate. Does it matter that you make yourself exactly 10? No, it doesn't matter. So just do 2 machines worth. Give yourself 5.6, right? Give yourself 11.2 reinforced iron plate per minute, because who cares, right? So I wouldn't, first advice is don't make a target for construction that is precise. Give yourself a range, okay? And I think the only person that can answer the question on what that range should be is you, because you're running into the problem, right? You need to identify which parts you aren't making enough of. Okay, are you constantly running out of concrete? Make a concrete first. Do you have plenty of wire? Well, then don't make any extra wire. Okay, I can tell you my initial starting points. Okay, I can do that, but these are mine, and these are kind of fatties. Here's my production targets. I'll put them on the screen. You can screenshot. Let me zoom in. Here, let's do this. Sorry. These are my production targets that I made for myself. And this is approximately, okay? Approximately. I should have made more. Right now, I would say this needed to be, I was short on concrete. This needs to be like 20-ish. Maybe more, maybe 40. We something like this. This is probably too much. I would pull this down to 20. Okay. You can also upload more than one. Yeah, I don't think he's saying that his download speed from the cloud is too slow. I think he's saying he's running out of materials, right? Because those are two different problems. So here's my starter numbers. And then here's the next. If you're taking screenshots, here's the next one. I'd actually switch these, or at least do 20 steel pipe. I use more steel pipe than I initially thought, and I don't actually use that much quartz crystal really for building. So I mean, it doesn't have to be a lot. What I tend to do is let it overflow into a few industrial storage containers and let the machines make the difference during the time I don't use it. I do too, sort of. But if he has perfectly balanced factories for his other items, then he may not have any extra. Hey, Dad Gaming. So I hope that answers. Oh, one more. Take that last screenshot there. Dan's Nut, happy to still be here. Dan's Nut just resubscribed for 3 months. Thank you, man. All right, there you go. That's my list. That's a starting place, but I think you need to know kind of your own information. Okay, and you do know it, right? Because you are running into the parts. You know what your own points of failure are, right? And so solve your own points of failure. But I can, like I said, that was a general list of item amounts. I upload most things by at most a machine at first, except for concrete, but I also build pretty slowly. Yeah, you've been slowly using less signs than you used to, otherwise that would not be enough quartz. Oh, that's true. That's a good point, Ray. I probably over-put quartz in there for the signs. You know what I was really, actually what I underestimated? I vastly underestimated encased beams. This should have been 20 or 10. 5 is not enough. And, crystal oscillators. This needed to be 3 to 5. Why? Small billboards. I love small billboards. And they take industrial beams and crystal oscillators. And I ran out of those a lot. So. Run it on the end. Autosave. All right, stators. Where are we making the stators, by the way? You have to start thinking about where these things already exist or where we're making them, right? Because I know the location of everywhere we're making everything now. All right, they're in P2. What does that mean? Well, that means they're going to be coming in here. Well, I messed that up somehow. All right, who screwed up? That looks right. It wasn't the position, it was the wrong direction. So where do you go from here after finishing this save? Building the Death Star to scale? I actually talked about that tonight. So here's my general content plan. As you guys know, Satisfactory has been my main game. Okay? It is the focus of my channel. It is my Friday, Saturday for sure, and often Friday night stream. If I do a big push, we'll go all week, right? I will keep it running. I need to play a different game as my main game after Satisfactory. After this is done, I need a break. I need a long break. I need like a 2-year break. Now, I might still, I am thinking about starting a Fix My Factory series where viewers give me their factories, their save files, and I diagnose. Okay, and so we might still mess around with that, you know, if that gets popular and people like that, right? I'm gonna start that in the next couple of weeks, and maybe over the course of when this save file is done, maybe we still do that once a week for a couple hours, okay? But in terms of starting something huge and new, I need a break. And so my plan is to play Factorio. like hardcore like get as good at Factorio as I am in Satisfactory. 1,000 hour save, 1,200 hour save. All right, I want to build the Super Star Destroyer in Space Age Factorio. Right, I want to go huge in Factorio, not rush it like I did in my first playthrough. Right, I rushed Factorio so I could get back to Satisfactory. I don't want to do that. I want to take my time, just like I did with Satisfactory. Do the same thing with Factorio. Same thing. All right. So that becomes my Saturday night and maybe Friday night long main game. I'm also working on a couple of options to make sure that I stay up to date with the edited episodes of that playthrough. Remember how I used to do edited episodes for this Satisfactory playthrough, but I lost my editor and I couldn't continue it, and I was very sad. I want to do edited episodes of the Factorio playthrough, and actually the first attempt at that format, we're actually testing Timberborn. So I put out a Timberborn edited episode from a new editor, not Minikin. Minikin's very busy and it really can't take on very many new projects. And so check that editing style out because it's new. It's Timberborn episode 1. I think I put it out 2 days ago. Doesn't have a lot of views yet, and that's okay. But I'm thinking of making edited Factorio content similar to that. Okay, and then of course the live streams. So that's and then while I'm doing that, I really need to expand the games that I play. It'll help me get less bored. It will help me keep from getting burnt out. I mean, I've been playing a lot of games recently, right? I played Timberborn, Ashes of Creation, and Megabonk. I just talked about earlier about, Minikin growing into Busykin. Yeah, I just talked about playing Ball Pit, right? And kind of subbing out Megabonk to Ball Pit. I'm about done with Megabonk. I got a high score that put me in the top 1% of the world. Am I really going to do better than that? I kind of scratched that itch, and maybe we do something else, right? And I'm going to play Schedule 1, Expedition 33. I'm going to play The Crust. I'm going to play Shapes 2. I want to play Stellaris on the stream. There's a lot I'd love to play, and so I don't necessarily want to start another Satisfactory monster. Does that make sense? So those are the kind of things I'm thinking about. And then when another game kind of hits the streamers and it kind of goes viral, I will, as long as I want to play it. I'm never going to play a game that I don't want to play. But as long as I want to play it, then I'll play it. And I need to play it more. I need to play those more. It's kind of my point. I need to jump on those opportunities more. So that's the general thought of my content plans for a little while. I need to, if I'm not playing what I want to play, and sometimes that means taking a break from something like Satisfactory, then I will, I'll burn out and nobody is going to have fun. Even though I know that, a game like Satisfactory, you know, or if you joined my channel because of a certain game, then you know you're gonna have a predisposition to want to see me play that, and I could appreciate that. I can, and I'm sensitive to that, but at the same time, I have to do what I have to do. You know, that's just really all there is to it, and it's gonna be okay. You know. But yeah, I would love to get into Factorio deep enough to where, because I do feel like I have contributed some things to Satisfactory. You know, to the community, to the way that you know, we think about things. Maybe you know, I think the best example of that is probably the item the remote item switch. Okay, I think that was impactful, and you know, in my own small way, right? I would love to do and find that similar thing for Factorio, right? I would love to get to the point where I can feel the same sense of adding something rather than just playing the game. But I can't do that if I'm rushing and I'm not truly learning what the hell is going on. That doesn't look good. Gross. Better. Mastery comes to the patient. Yeah, right. But I also don't feel like I can give it the attention that it deserves while my Satisfactory playthrough is going. And if I ever want to play Factorio like that, then that means I can't start another Satisfactory playthrough after this one. Right? Do you see where I'm going with this? So when people are like, what are you doing next for Satisfactory? I basically have to say I'm not doing anything. This is, what was that? This is, ACUs. Adaptive control units. Stators. They come in from a different factory. stators are done. As far as this factory is concerned, stators are connected. Boom, done. All right, let's connect in. Oh, I did these too. Okay. It'd be very cool if you could find something similar in Factorio. I think Factorio, because it's been around longer and the people that play Factorio are freaking geniuses, I doubt there is something that hasn't already been, found that, is a new way of doing it or a more efficient way or something cool like that. But that would be not the goal, but that would be awesome to achieve. But the point is, I want to play it at the level where something like that is possible, right? I'm not saying that there is certainly something there that I could or should be able to find, but I definitely won't be able to do something like that if I'm not playing it at the same level that I'm playing Satisfactory. That makes sense. I was thinking you had certainly left your mark in this game. It has inspired and enhanced my most recent playthroughs of this game. Yeah, and I think the stuff that I'm doing here with the city, I think, is at a level that few, if any, people are really trying to do. There's a couple of crazy, insane content creators out there that I could name that are doing things at the same level that I am. So I may not necessarily be doing the only person that is pioneering some of this, but I'm at the very least in that group that is doing things that very few people are doing, or kind of leading the way down some of this alternative ways of playing the game. Does that make sense? Okay, I think the next thing we have to do is, I've heard a lot of people talk about Dwarf Fortress. I think the next thing that we need to do, rotors. Did we not connect things? We didn't. Where are you, Mr. Rotor? Oh, right here. No. Yes, there's an issue. Coming up, right? Yeah. Three times 20, 60. How many rotors are we using in this line? $10. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh wait, no, that's wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we should be good. That means our friend here I need up split. No. Okay. Rotors are going to pop over and then go down. Okay. Rotors are done. Did I already mark them? Yeah, they weren't recognized as an issue. Okay. What's this? Stators. We already dealt with stators. Stators, rotors, done and done. This is plastic. You get put into... we don't need any plastic over here, right? We need the rubber, though. Where's the rubber? It's here. It's right there. Okay, this rubber needs to head into one of these columns. How about right on that seam? Weird. Why are you weird, sir? Just do it this way. Okay. Is that the only level that needs rubber? I believe it is. So we have to get that connected to this. And I don't mind the concept of doing the same thing that we've done here. Nearly as clean. What if we a lot closer? Okay, so let's do that. Factorio's Aces, really looking forward to see that. Nice. Yeah, we'll do some fun things. is going on here? Can we stop being silly? Better. Okay. Rubber's in. All right, cooling systems and the fuse modular frames. Cooling systems. Where do you live, cooling systems? You live in P1. That's where we are. Good. You're in column 1. You're here. I think you're down here, aren't you? Aren't you? Cooling systems. Cooling systems. All right. So what are we doing with you? What are all the jobs that you have? You have 3. You have the thermal propulsion rocket. This is what we're working on right now. Okay, these 2. And here. Wow. All 3 jobs connect to either the thermal propulsion or the assembly director. And both of these are over there. It's like I planned this. Assembly director. Thermal propulsion. So all radio control units, cooling devices need to come over here. And so if we're gonna do that, why send them? I mean, I guess we could send them down and up, I suppose. Because it's so short. They're only right here. Or do we send them over here? Thank you for the follow, Safa. Hope you're doing well. I am doing well. Ray says over 200 people watching and only 20 something likes. There's 31 now. Wake up, people, and give a like, subscribe, and check out the Discord. Yeah, there are probably a lot of people just that are literally sleeping while watching my stream on YouTube. What an awesome build. Thank you. Hey, Surplus. Welcome. I don't know what you said there, Oki. I think you're drunk. I think Ogie Sooner's drunk, guys. He's been drinking Fireball all night. Watching me build. Okay, so here's our issue. We have cooling systems are coming out of this hole currently, and they need to be, hold on, autosave. They need to be used up there a bunch. I don't know why we send them down. I think we reverse the flow here. Send them maybe around, although this is in the way. Or we send them down and we hook into this line. or this level. They're doing some tiered shenanigans here. We could do that. And then up. There's room. Send them right up here. I don't like how when we look up, I don't like how this looks. I like those being flat. This is not flat. We're gonna change it right now. Hey Horsey Mart, hi King, how is the build going? Sometimes I can't tell, Horsey, if you are calling me a king or if you are fat fingering my name. Maybe I don't want to know. I'm just gonna pretend you're calling me king. Really? Really? This needs to be rebuilt. There, that's the solution. That is what we're gonna go with. Get rid of this. You connect here. Okay. That looks better. You finished phase 4? Nice. Sorry, you're just shorting my name. Well, you're adding the G. There's no, I mean, you know, I appreciate it, but there's no G there, at least not in that spot. There's no G at all. King Ken. Sleeper viewers on Twitch get classified as non-viewers that don't count towards the viewer count. They need to chat a bit to count. I think it's a little more complicated than that, Surplus, but there is a little bit going on there. They don't have to chat. They can click the little thing to get viewership points. You know, there's some things that you can do. Do I ever sleep? I do. I do sleep. Look at all you beautiful people. Kin the King, King Kin. I started this game up 1,000 times, made a big ass building, and had all ingots going up, decided to delete it. I can't play this game. It has, it's too chaotic. I wish I had more planning. What do I think about the liquid trucks? So many people asking me. I think they're good. I think they're fine. I don't think they fix any liquid issues, as the video sort of trollily, in a trolling way said. Yeah, that's fine. I think they'll be fine. I don't think they're amazing. I don't think they're terrible. I don't know. You know, more options are always good in a game like this. They're fine. Do I dream of Satisfactory? Yeah, I do. I see belts when I sleep, or at least when I close my eyes. I have actually dreamed solutions to problems because I'm like thinking on how I'm gonna fix a problem. It doesn't happen too recently, but it's happened. Okay, cooling systems. Cooling viewing devices. I think we slide them in vertically. I think it makes sense to do them down here. Except I don't want to be in the way here. You have to extend that down so I don't get in the way. Ah, shit. Okay. Right on the edge is probably good. Thank you for the follow, Rapid Rob. Why do they call you Rapid Rob? Do I want to know? You have started building vertical balance. You have? Doesn't like that. Okay. There's our location. Don't mind the curve. How about right here? Rapid Rob, fastest bank robber ever. Sure. Hopefully it's bank robbery and not, another reason. Sorry, have you started building vertical balance? What do you mean vertical balance? Let's rip this out. Yeah, let's just rip it out. If I need to do something else down here, I'll build it fresh. I have to see what it looks like without the scaffolding present. I think as long as we keep everything on right angles, or parallel to the blueprint when it's passing across the blueprint, I think that this works. All right. Now, where's our first instance of here? Radio control unit E. We need split up. That's down split, up split. Those are acorns, sir. Should I make all different buildings for all the product? Like, what parts do you combine? I combine the parts that make sense to combine. For instance, I do them by their source material. Now, this only works to an extent, but it gives you a starting place, right? So I'm gonna build all the items that require iron. I'm gonna build together. Iron plates. Iron rods, okay? Reinforced iron plates. Screws, iron, right? Modular frames, see? And then all the steel stuff I'm gonna build together. And then all of the copper stuff I'm gonna build together. Wire, copper sheets, cable, right? So at least that's a start. And then that's how I organize the factories, by their input. And then I get as many output that I can with those materials. Now, you have to start combining stuff, right? Because you're going to need copper and caterium, for instance. But I put all the caterium stuff in the caterium factory, and that's basically how I've kind of set this stuff up. Now, alternate recipes allow a lot of customization. So if you go exploring, you get some alternate recipes. Then you can start to do some funky things, and you can start making, caterium wire, for instance, right? If you need a bunch of wire on your caterium factory, maybe you use the caterium you already have at that factory to make the wire, rather than having to ship in a bunch of copper to make the wire at that factory. But I do try to group items together that have the same kind of inputs. Diesel, I'm so hyperfixated on Satisfactory right now. Started a week ago and I want to know everything, but I realize it will take time. I went through that. Give your, just play, right? I mean, obviously don't do things that are bad for your health, or get yourself fired, or, have your girlfriend dump you, or your wife leave you, or something. But play, just play. And scratch that itch, learn as much as you can. There's always more to learn, always. I'm learning stuff every day, and I've been playing this game for many years. and I have 2,700 hours. Okay, so just play and learn as you go, and enjoy the ride, is what I would say. Of course, you weren't. Vehicle balancer, vertical balancer. If you start playing this, it will be your life. Yeah, but you know, that can be okay. Vertical balancer. I mean, I'm not sure what you mean exactly by that. You personally only use electrode aluminum scrap? I never use that one. There's so much bauxite on the map, and that requires oil. And I want to use the oil for other things. But that's why there's alternate recipes, right? You can do it any way you want. Vertical balancer. Yeah, I'm not sure what you mean. Yeah, belt balancing. Yeah. I mean, I have quite a few belt balancers. Let's go look at one, shall we? I need a small break from this anyway. It's hurting my brain. We're in the middle of cooling systems, okay? So if I forget. There's probably also a lot of people that haven't seen the outside of these factories that I'm working on. I mean, Horsey, I'm pretty sure that I only use vertical belt balancing. I'm making a cyberpunk city. It looks cooler when I make it nighttime. Yes, this is Satisfactory. No, it's not the way that you play. Yes, it's okay that you don't play the way that I play. No, please don't allow yourself to be discouraged by the craziness that is my factory. That is my city, my set of factories. Need some lights over here. I mean, these are my belt balancers. I think these are vertical belt balancers. I split them and then I remerge them. Let's do the coal. This is a little simpler. All right, let's count the inputs. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's count the outputs. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is a 4x4 balancer. All I've done, it's very simple, is I've split each of them into 4 rows in a column. 1, 2, 3, 4. And I've done it 4 times. And then I've merged across the front 1/4 of each belt. And then I've sent that up as an input. And so if this belt gets blocked for whatever reason, then runs out, let's say, then it has access, 25% access to all of the rest of these. Or let's say this one runs dry. Well, if this was just going straight in, stupid autosave. If this one was just going straight into this one, then this input would run completely dry. And we would start this cascade failure in the factory because one input of coal is dead. But if this runs dry right now, well, we can, now all of these will just be 25% less. And it is less likely to cause cascading failures. I also do this when I have a different number of inputs and outputs. Okay, so let's look at this. I have 8 inputs. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have 10 inputs. How many outputs do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm going 10 to 6 on this. Now, I'm cheating a little bit because it's not actually 10, because we can't get 780 times 10. This is why I'm doing this, because these shut down when a train comes, right? When a train comes to and arrives to drop off material, this shuts off. So I cannot get 780 times 10 out of this, but I don't need 780 times 10. I need 780 times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But how many cars do I have? I've got 5 cars, right? So really I need 780. I need 780 out of each one, plus a little bit more, plus 1/5 of 780. And so to do that, I just took 2 belts out of each and then did a 10 to 6 splitter. A balancer. All right, and it's really simple. And you can do this for any numbers. All I did is split 1 to 6 evenly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's really easy. That's a really easy split. A double split and then 2 triple splits. You're done. 1 to 6. And then I just merged up the rows, and there's my 6. Yes, I saw the fluid trucks. Yep. All right, and this can be done for any amount. I've done a 1 to 20, and then I've merged 20. So I did a 20 to 20 split. Balancer. Sorry, I keep saying split. I've done a 20 to 20 balancer before. I have the blueprints for it. You can split 1 to 5 evenly in Satisfactory. Don't let anybody tell you that you can't. You can. I've done it. I've done a 1 to 10. I've done a 1 to 20. I've done a 1. I could do a 1 to 15 if I wanted. What's my thoughts on them? Oh, they're fine. More options are always better. I don't think it fixes any fluid issues, but I don't think they're intended to be. It's just another way to transport fluid. I hope that they carry enough fluid, and I really hope that that inspires them to increase the amount of fluid that the trains can carry. That's a good fix that I hope is coming. One thing that I'll say about 1.2 is that we've only got one piece of content announced. Think about all the new things we got for 1.1. I would imagine that 1.2 has a similar amount of features and quality of life improvements. And so, we'll have to see what else we get. Yeah, see, look at this, right? So this is shut down. These are empty because this is loading. You think Coffee Stain's trolling us as usual? I don't think Coffee Stain is trolling us. I think the community director is making a joke. Think about it. I mean, it's not the content that is trolling. I've already had this conversation, which is hilarious, that so many people have come in here and then have thoughts about that video yesterday. I'll say what my thoughts are again. The content is not a troll. Fluid trucks are a good idea. What's the troll? The troll is only how the information was presented to us. It has nothing to do with Coffee Stain in the sense of the programmers and the game that we're playing. It's just that video. And by the way, and I've showed this a bunch of, do I still have it up? I might still have it up. I do. I still have it up. I just talked about this a couple hours ago. It's a joke. It says kinda right there. And this is a meme from Futurama. So yeah, the presentation of the new feature is a joke, right? But fluid trucks are going to be fine. They won't really fix a major problem. I don't think that they're necessarily needed in terms of like, now here's what I hope. I hope we get fluid. I really hope we get fluid drones. If we're gonna get fluid, good news, everyone. Lava, hot. If we get fluid trucks, I would love to get fluid drones. Why not? All right. We were on cooling devices. I hope I answered your question about vertical splitters there, Horsey. Okay. Let us continue the joke. Where else do we need these damn things? We need them here. Okay, and that means we got to do a little splitty mix split face right here. Okay, so we do this. And yes, that was a Bodie McBoatface reference. This. It's weird how some people don't have issues with fluid and some do, even though they followed Bits' way of doing it. Yes, thanks. I think, here's what I think. You ready? There are people that have fluid issues, and there are people that will one day discover they have fluid issues. I think most of the time when people say they don't have fluid issues, I think that I think there's a very good chance that they're not creating in the game in a way, they're not playing the game in a way that reveals to them the fact that they have fluid issues. Wrong. Now, there are some cases where a person, if they are maybe accidentally building in a way that the game prefers or is less buggy, I think that happens. I talked about this earlier. Let's say, for the sake of argument, that what if when you built these two different foundations and you had two different kinds of floor holes? What if you, Horsey Mart, what if you only ever built in Mark II in 2 meter foundations? What if that was your thing and you thought to yourself, I don't like how these look, and you just never use them? Let's just say, right? But let's say I use these all the time, and I find out that floor holes are bugged and they're not working, and I go, Horsey Mart, I don't think floor holes work very well. I don't think you should use them. But maybe these Mark IIs aren't bugged, and so every time you've used the floor hole, it works perfectly fine. And so you say to me, you're full of shit, dude. I use them all the time and I don't have any fluid problems. We're both right. Does that make sense? And so this is one of those things that make talking about fluids I've had this conversation 4 or 5 times tonight because everybody comes in and starts talking about fluids because of that damn video from Coffee Stain last night. So if you're watching this VOD straight through, this is like the 3rd or 4th time I've had this conversation, which is fine. I just think it's funny. But the point is that this kind of shit happens all the time. Okay, what if the way that you like to build pipes, what if, you know, one of the things that Bits brought up is this difference, right? Here, let's do a better job. Let's look at the 2 different ways that we can connect these, that we can solve this problem. This is another perfect example. Are those equal? On the surface, they look equal. I built them differently. This looks the same. This is not the same. In Bits' opinion, this is bugged. This one. Can you spot the difference? If you walked into this factory and you didn't build this, could you tell the difference between these 2 things? No. At least not on the surface. Now, I don't know for sure, I think confirmed personally, but I'm willing to trust that Bits has, and that this way of building is bugged, or at least has the propensity to be bugged. Maybe it doesn't bug all the time, but if it has the chance of being bugged or it bugs often, then that's bad enough for me. Can't spot it with the naked eye. Look at the difference. This pipeline, when I go to delete it, it goes all the way to the center. This one doesn't. This one only goes to the edge. And that's because I placed this first and I connected the pipelines to this. This one I built in the center like this. So if you're somebody that always places these first and then connects them, you might say, pipe junctions are fine. There's no fluid issues, right? And maybe you do have less fluid issues on average than a person who happens to build like this. It's not their fault. They're not doing something wrong. This shouldn't be a problem. This is a problem, right? And so what I don't like is when somebody goes, I don't care about me, but like if you go to another content creator and they're saying, oh man, you know, I have fluid issues. And you go, I don't have any fluid issues. You're full of shit, right? We have different experiences in a game that is this complicated. Okay. And so me having fluid issues means that I am building, maybe I'm building a different way than you. Maybe I'm building, it is the same thing that Bits has said. I'm using this as an example because so many people have watched Bits' video on this. But this kind of thing exists in a myriad of ways. I build a lot of blueprints. What if I build one of these in a blueprint? Does the blueprint continue this mistake over and over and over again to all 40 versions of my blueprint? It probably does. And I'm effed. Okay, but if you build it differently, then you have no problem. And we don't even know why yours works and mine doesn't, because it's really difficult to spot, right? Imagine trying to figure this out before Bits' video. We've been stumbling through the dark with a lot of these fluid bugs. And the only thing that Coffee Stain Studios that has ever said that has irritated me is nothing's wrong with fluids. They work perfectly fine. It's wrong. Now, I love the game. I think Coffee Stain Studios is one of the best developers of any game I've ever played. But that irritated me because that's just not true. I have 2,700 hours in this game. I know for a fact that there are bugs and issues with fluids. And plenty of us have videos to prove it. You have to build things in a certain way with certain rules in mind in order to get them to work the way that they are supposed to work. And more importantly, you have to reach out to resources outside of the game to to build something in the game correctly. And I think that is indicative of a problem, right? If you're tasked with doing something that you are unable to do with in-game resources, you have to go to somebody like Bits, or you have to go to me or somebody else. You have to go to the bug reporting website or the Discord to figure out why something's happening. That's a problem. If it's not a bug, then you're not training, you're not onboarding new players to this issue well enough. Either way, it's a problem. I know for a fact the number one, all right, I don't know for a fact because I haven't done a survey for everybody that has quit, but if I would bet $10,000 that if you were to do a theoretical survey on everybody that has stopped playing because they got frustrated with this game, it would be, the number one reason would be fluids. I guarantee it. They're a pain in the ass. They're a pain in the ass. I've never wanted to quit this game more than when I've run into an unsolvable fluid issue. There's issues. All right, that Bits video is a perfect example of it. Now, I think that's the reason, either consciously or subconsciously, that I'm getting so many comments about this video that came out 2 days ago that is basically making a joke out of the fact that fluids are that fluids need fixing. Right? Because we've been told that they're fine when we know they're not fine. And then we get this kind of trolly joke thing, which I don't have a problem with. As was mentioned earlier in the stream, this is the studio that brought us effing Goat Simulator, okay? So I have no problems with the fact that they are making a joke. The community manager is making a joke. I don't have any problems with that. But it is a little confusing, and it makes us feel a little bit maybe irked that people like me or people that know that there have been issues with fluids, valves don't work right. Maybe we don't have enough UI tools. Maybe we need more user interface tools to know what's happening so we can diagnose our issues. Maybe the issue is on us, the way we build, right? But if we don't have the right tools to decode the problem, that's also on them. Right? So there are issues. Now, is the fluid truck going to fix any of those issues? No, not at all. And that's the joke. And I don't, like I said, I don't have a problem with the joke, but it does imply there's a lot of history behind this joke that I'm not even 100% sure that he's aware of. But it's fine. Guys, my YouTube chat has been bugged for like 10 minutes. I just fixed it. Let me catch up. Is the rocket fuel plant at 100% uptime? I did the math last night, Surplus. It is at 99.6% uptime. It is 99.6% efficient. I can change the autosave cooldown. I don't want to. I think a way to move fluid in your inventory without packaging would be banger. I don't know. I don't have a tank on my back. Of course, I don't have a giant storage on my back either, so. You never use 2-meter foundations? Yeah, junctions aren't consistent. It depends on the orientation. Well, like I said, like I showed, it depends on the build order. I think for the record, I've said I don't have fluid issues more than once, but I've never said you're full of shit. No, Sal, I wasn't thinking of you. I've heard that before. I was not thinking of you. I think I've figured out what causes fluid issues with floor holes and worked it out by literally only changing mouse movement when I build with them. Really only changing mouse movement. I don't know what you're saying there. I trust that you know what you're saying, but I don't know what it is. The issue is that making fluids in video games is pretty hard. It doesn't have to be. I'm not going to criticize their coding techniques. I'm not a coder. All I'm saying is it's a pain point. And they should remove pain points. That's it. That's all I'm saying. And I'd like for them to agree that it's a pain point. And the subtext of the joke yesterday is that they do agree that it's a pain point. Now, we've had Coffee Stain reverse course on issues in the past. I can think of two off the top of my head. Vertical nudging, they said they weren't going to add it to the game because you can't place something, that way, right? If I can place something horizontally, and so it makes sense to nudge it horizontally. But they said when vertical nudge came out as a mod and everybody loved it, they were like, yeah, well, we're not going to do that because you can't normally move it up. Well, I can now, and I don't have a mod for it, so they changed. Okay. The size of the blueprint maker. They've said, no, that's as big as you're going to get. And what did we get? We got bigger blueprint makers. So the same thing may be happening with fluids, and maybe 1.2 has a bunch of things coming that will help relieve the pain point of fluids. And maybe the trucks is just the first one. I don't know. You've never personally had an issue with valves, right? Well, do you reduce the flow in your valves? Because I know that valves do not work correctly if you're trying to reduce down let's say you only want 75. Now, if you've got 300 hitting this, if this is full, it'll work fine. If this is not full, this will not work fine. It will not hit 75. I don't know if it does it as a ratio. Well, this is exactly what I'm talking about, Surplus. He says, I only use valves to prevent backflow. So he's not using valves with this valve limit. That's what a valve is, by the way. You can turn it down. Valves don't work correctly. If you use this, and if this is not full. So it's a perfect point. He just illustrated my point perfectly. He said, I've never had a problem with valves. Well, that's because he's not using an aspect of the valve that has the problem. And so for his perspective, there's no fluid issue here. From mine, when I want to use this that is in the game and it should work, but it doesn't work, it causes a fluid issue, right? And like I said, there's probably a bunch of those types of things that make talking about fluids very difficult. Especially for new people, because you don't even know what you don't know. T-March, the joke is fine if they were acknowledged there was a problem and they actually did fix it. Well, we don't even know that they've acknowledged the problem yet. There's an implication in the joke that there is a problem. I would be fine if they said, guys, we know there's some issues. We've tried to figure it out. We're struggling finding the right solution, but we're working on it. I would have no problems. Pipes don't work as expected unless they are full, and that is intended. What if I don't have a full pipe? I can only use 300 and 600? I don't know. No, I don't want to co-pilot. Jesus, take the wheel. I don't need a co-pilot. What happens is when you connect pipes to floor or wall holes is they can sometimes connect backwards, thus not really connecting to the previous pipe. Sal, somebody else mentioned that earlier. I think somebody on Twitch was mentioning that. So that makes sense. Okay, and maybe that's why maybe that's why 1 meter floor holes don't work correctly, right? Because maybe the 2-meter ones, the beginning and the end point of each side is farther away, so that bug doesn't happen. Probably exactly the issue. I watched people bang against aluminum recycling. The only reason I didn't was because I'd read that fluid manual before I hit aluminum. Right. That goes back to my point about we shouldn't need outside of the game resources to understand in-game issues. You shouldn't have to read the fluid manual. You shouldn't have to ask some asshole live streaming Satisfactory how to fix your fluid issue. You shouldn't have to watch a bits video on fluid problems and then have the companies say that there's no problems. Like I said, that's the only thing that I've ever had a problem with them. I think they're great. I think they're the best developer of any game I've ever played, if not the best, one of the top. Okay, I you know, you guys may hear me gripe a little bit about one tiny aspect of everything that's good about this game. Don't think that I don't like the game. It's a great game. Ken, my man, I'm gonna call you U2. I started playing today because of you. Hopefully that's an okay thing. Yeah, you use 1 meter deep floor holes, but you're aware of what it looks like. Let's see if we can make it happen. I'm hearing this. Let's see if we can make it bug. I'm glad that you got the game, and I hope you enjoy it. And I hope it doesn't ruin your life. Now let's put it in the center. I mean, you're not talking about this, right? I mean, obviously we wouldn't connect this. See, I'm not personally seeing any difference here. All indications to me is that this should work fine. So I'm not sure. You're not the first person I've heard that from, and so I trust that it's a thing, but it's not something that I'm at least in that instance able to reproduce. You actually enjoy it. Thank you. The problem is you might enjoy it too much. That's the problem that I'm implying. I always slightly overproduce fluids compared to the consumption. It's fine, but I agree between patches that what was previously working can sometimes stop working. That's true too. I don't think, and I see, Simrian, this is that's another good point. A lot of us have come up with solutions, workarounds to fluid issues, right? And so Simrian's workaround is that he always overproduces for a pipe, or a better way of saying it is probably under consumes the flow of a pipe, right? You can only fit 600 in a pipe, right? A Mark II. And so yes, he has 600 in his pipe, but then he only eats 590, let's say, to make sure that the pipe is always full. Shouldn't have to do that. It says 600. Give me my effing 600. That's a pipe problem. That's what I'm talking about. Now, we can absolutely, what is that number right there? What does it say? Let's look. Let's take a little gander. That doesn't say 580. That doesn't say 590. That doesn't say 599. It says 6 effing hundred. Give me my 600. If you can't give me my 600, then it's broken. Now, The community will always find workarounds. I think that that is a legitimate workaround that solves the majority of issues that you can run into with pipes. I think it is. I think it's smart to do so. I'm a stubborn asshole and I refuse. I use up 600 and I dare the game to be wrong. It should work. If it doesn't work, then don't tell me. Don't. What's the saying? You know? Don't piss on my head and tell me it's raining. It's doing that, but it doesn't look like it. I just want to say that you inspired me to play this game so much that I left my wife and kids and moved to another country to have cheaper prices for Satisfactory, and I also left my job. The only issue is that I don't understand the purpose of my factory. Like, what is it even producing? Well, you just start with the basics and you work your way up. If it ain't broken, don't fix it. If it is broken, don't fix it, apparently. Conveyor belts, pipes, and rails can become disconnected. That's true. Those are a lot easier to see, right? You can see when your train stops because it got disconnected. You can see when the belt stops. Pipes are much different. I think one thing that would help is better UI tools. In your game, the flow is a tiny hair above 600. Well, there is floating point stuff. There is some shenanigans there too. Money versus time, Satisfactory, very good value for money. You can't say Borderlands 4 is a good value for money. Oh, I agree. Satisfactory is one of the very best games that you can, if you enjoy this type of game, it's one of the very best games that you can play. I think Factorio is up there as well. I think that's a great game. I think there are many options for, but Satisfactory is one of the best. Rounds down as machines to consume that will consume fluid. What is it even producing? Yeah. Well, I mean, you produce parts so that you can make more parts. You have to complete your objective. Really, it's the space elevator parts. Everything builds towards that and making that easier, right? So, like, if you want faster belts, then you have to produce the materials that require that faster belts need to be built. I think Satisfactory is one of the most replayable video games ever made. I agree. I also think Factorio is in there too. That looks like crap. Absolute garbage. It shouldn't be connected like that. Why is it connected like that? Why is it doing that? It's off. All right. I'm your Huckleberry. Anyway, like I said, don't take anything that I have complained about with Satisfactory is that I don't like the game or anything like that in the slightest. I think it's one of the truly great games out there. But I will always say what I think, even if that's inconvenient. And it so often is, right? Can we get this, please? What is the deal? Why is this happening to me? You have a part 1 Satisfactory video. What do you mean by part 1? I'm on VOD like 140 of this playthrough. Bro, why are you like that? Look at what I'm forced to do. No, it's working. Why? It's lined up. Oh, it's not lined up. It's not lined up. Okay. I know why that happened. It's because I'm making curvature in my factories. If you don't have as much curvature as I do, then you're going to have less silly shenanigans like this. Okay, I'll fix. I don't mind spending money on games, but they gotta give the value I spent on that game. I think a lot of gamers are waking up and they're starting to vote with their wallet, which is why Borderlands 4 sold less than Borderlands 3. It's the only thing that they listen to. We gotta stop buying games that are broken out of the box. I can't disagree with anything that you just said. Serene, I'm running the experimental build and have detected several belts which were disconnected, visibly connected but not working. And if that can happen, it's perfectly possible for pipes. I agree. I think that is the pipe bug that I talk about a lot. And I think that in my power factory, I had one of those bugs that existed in the blueprint and it got copied 40 times. Any chances that you could tell me how to make more custom watches? Custom watches? I have no idea what you're talking about. You mentioned VOD 1 in a short thought, though I couldn't find it just yet. Was it a Satisfactory short? Yeah, I have playlists. Look for playlists on my channel. I have all of my VODs that are separated by playlist. I have update 8 and then 1.0. Okay, and so I'm still playing on the 1.0 playthrough, even though it says 1.1. I didn't start fresh. This has all been done since 1.0. Swatches, not custom watches. You cannot make more custom swatches, nor can you make more custom watches. No, you got to use these. This is for just a quick little hit. Like when you need something once, you do this. This is for permanent things. These are my pipe colors. You need to try to use these as much as possible. You use this for like a one-time thing. Okay, so think about it that way. This is your arsenal for the entire game. This is, oh, I need one thing made like this, and I'm never gonna need it again. That's this. Surplus Silver says there is a mod for more custom swatches. Yeah. So Diesel, there are some edited videos, but they don't continue all the way through. I lost my editor a few months in. So the VOD, you'll have to you can watch the beginner friendly playthrough. That is the episode, it's like an hour, or you can just start watching the VODs, okay? If you start watching the episodes, just know that they peter out and you have to switch to the VODs. The uncut version, because like I said, I lost my editor. Okay, where were we? I've been in one hell of a rant. Horsey Mark got me started. I blame him. Modular engine. Okay, we were trying to connect the cooling devices. Oh no. Oh no. This is wrong. It goes into that one. It is all your fault. Okay, so you've got yours. Let's get back to tracking this. You've got yours. Well, you will when I'm done. Let's do a shorty. Okay. Now, we need a little bit more radio control units, cooling devices, cooling systems. We need a little bit more cooling systems. Where else do we need the cooling systems? Need them here. Oh, and also here. Okay. So, an upsplit on the seam. Right. Nope, that's not right. I'm off. I'm off by a half nudge. Halfy nudgy. Chicky nuggy. Boop. That's where we want to be. Ah, up split. Built the wrong thing. Okay. That looks like garbage. Okay. And again. Actually, don't need that. We just need this. This should be the end of the line. Yes, it is. Okay. Cooling systems are finito. It's good for the soul to rant. Maybe not good for the viewers, the viewership. The color picker on your main save is definitely broken, and I've reported it to devs. Well, that's good. Grifsta was wondering, is the file on creative or is there dimensional depots feeding your pockets? The file is not on creative. I have two mods. One is the ability to control the sun or the time of day and pause it. I use this for thumbnails and to make sure that the lighting is good for streaming. And then the other mod that I have is an increased inventory mod. It just helps make sure that I don't have to run around and go get inventory as much. It's easier, less wasted time doing silly stuff. It's a convenience thing. I didn't add this until I started my mega projects though. When I select a color, the actual color returned is 2 below the selected. It's crazy. I haven't seen Korthon in a while. Yeah, he's taking a break from Ashes of Creation. I think he was playing a lot of 7 Days to Die with his wife. But yeah, I haven't seen him in the chat too much. Okay, guys, let's keep going here. That's done. Fuse modular frames. We're getting very close. We're getting very, very close here. Okay, these inputs are in. Are the outputs handled? Ooh, my camera's frozen. Is my camera frozen to you guys? Hold on. Something happened to my camera. Give me a second. I'm making a face. I'm making a very grumpy face, it looks like. Are you guys seeing that as well? Yeah, no, just my camera's frozen. I think this has happened before. I think I know how to fix it. I'm trying not to like accidentally. Yeah, I've got my poker face on. I'm trying not to accidentally end the stream, guys. Poker face, poker face. I think NVIDIA broadcast crashed on me. I'm fervent on the grump face. That's the only face my kids ever see. Okay. NVIDIA broadcast is now working again. Now I have to re-jumpstart the cameras. Got it? Are we up? Nice. I fixed it without having to restart the stream. I am becoming a real streamer. Okay, we're back. The game is running, but you're still a pick. Yes, sorry, I lagged. I lagged in real life, guys. We're good, we're good. We're good. You guys should have seen it. I had my shirt off. I was waving it around over my head. It was quite the spectacle. All right. So, these inputs. What about these outputs? These outputs are here. And they are rotors. Okay, the rotors. Rotors are fine. Rotors are fine. Here. These outputs. That's what I was looking for. These go up. And these are fine. These are part of this system to make the turbo motors. Turbo motors are done. What about the output? The output is not. It is not done at all. So, we need to bring these up. We have 2 and 2, and we need 1, 1. So should we bring it out here? And then up. I think that would be nice, actually. Maybe over here. We do a shorty again. Up splitter. That's a down splitter. Still grumpy. Ken, your grumpy face is it's still on the screen. Tier 3s only. Tier 3s only. I don't know what you're saying. Mycito, good morning. It's been a while. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Let's do Upsplitter. Actually, let's continue doing this. Okay, now you mean tier 3? Do you mean Mark 3 belt? Is that what you're saying? Those are not the same. Thermal propulsion. Oh yeah, they're not gonna be. Okay, they're not supposed to be. That's fine. All this is fine. All fine here. Actually, I did it again. We actually don't need this. What we need. I'll tell you what we want. What we really, really want. One of these. That's the end of the line for you. Okay. Turbo motors are in. That's 2 out of 4 here. What are our last 2 friends? We need the cooling systems, we got. The turbo motors, we got. We need the modular engines and the fused modular frames. So the modular engines, how about we put the modular engines here? It's a little inconvenient, but we need to split up. And then let's do it raised like this. Is that correct? It was correct. Spoiler alert, it was correct. All right, where is the modular engines ending? Here, I think. Gonna have to move this. It is clippy clipping. Someone 2 error, looking good. Thank you. Still going. Yeah, still going. Sorry, it was a joke about earlier when you mentioned that you might have been doing well, the camera was frozen. Tier 3 zone. Oh. Actually, no, not even tier 3 subs. That is you have to sign up for my OF account. Only factories. All right. Highly exclusive. I got you. Sometimes the jokes need explaining. I get there eventually. And I really like how this turned out. What if we run it here instead? How painful will that be? It'll be fine. Just do this. Fine. All fine here. How are you? What is going on? Apparently it won't be fine. It'll be fine. I'll make it fine. What in the ass? I don't exactly know what's happening. It'll be fine. What's the worst that could happen? I love this song. I used to use this song on my Satisfactory video intros. Dude, I can't catch a break. What in the actual heck? They're not lined up again. What is happening to me? There's something funky with the placement of these manufacturers, and it's causing me heartburn. Let's try not to cause the same amount of stress to Kin here. Let's learn from it. Okay. All right. I gotta go do live stuff today. Have a great stream. Good catching up. Yeah, thanks for stopping by, Horsey. I appreciate it. I owe you a raid at some point. Jamesy boy, been asleep for the last 6.5 hours. What did I miss? I went to leave the stream running, but I guess it turned off. No stress, man. Now you can like the video again, maybe. I don't know, actually. What did you miss? Well, I mean, we're connecting. right? We went exploring. We needed to get an alternate recipe. We got it. We've been ranting a lot, lots of rants. I have been streaming for 7 hours, so but we're making these connections. We're fixing little problems. You know, that's all good stuff. We're trying to get these. I'm kind of actually, you know, really in reality, what I'm doing is I'm kind of starting and making these connections and working backwards. I haven't done the nuclear pasta yet because we ran into a problem where these pressure conversion cubes are. And we've been kind of had to sort of pivot and fix some of this other stuff. But I want to get to the fused modular frames and make sure that they're working. But we're kind of fixing the thermal propulsion, the assembly director. These are already done. They're in the other factory. We got these handled. But I'm kind of fixing up the whole production line all the way back for these two. Not all the way back, but where appropriate, right? So we're getting there. We're getting there. Okay, so what is next? Well, what's next is we have to get these. These are the thermal, or these are the modular engines. Let's double check. I think so. Yep. What was that? What was that? How did you get? What is this? What is this shit, Charles? Charles, no. Iron plate. You should be going. What? Did I never do this? No. You're an input. You're an input. Plastic. Do the plastic. Where does the plastic need to go over here? Do we even need plastic over here? I don't think we need the plastic. I think we need the rubber, and we got the rubber. No plastic inputs are needed. Those inputs are set. These inputs are the last ones, and there's no plastic here. So I don't think we need this. Okay. Which means that we can likely do that. Now we do need this one. It's what we're here for. Let's cut this off. Up. Suck. curve. Yeah. Okay, there's the modular engines. Now all I have to do is connect this to that. Okay, another one done. Last one is the fuse modular frames. Oh, we don't need this anymore. Or do we need neither that nor that? Fuse modular frames. Oh, we can't do that because of stupidity, remember? Where's our fuse modular frames? Let's find them. They're here. They're coming up. Where are the places that they're needed? Pressure conversion tubes. And over here, where we're working. All right, let's get him to the pressure conversion cubes first. Where are the pressure conversion cubes? Here. Fuse modular frame input. Don't understand what I did. What about the remaining pressure conversion cubes? I mean, the remaining fuse modular frames. Point 33 1 1. So 3 and a third. I did make a blueprint. I think I just did the bare minimum here. 1.667 times 2. Three and a third. 3 third. Okay, so that means that we need it's fine. Heavy modular frames, aluminum casing, nitrogen gas. We're feeding all of those up. What are we making here? Just the pressure conversion cubes. The radio control units, they're handled, right? Yep, that's what this belt is. That's heavy modular frame, and yeah, there's no output. Okay. All right, so I think what we do is we overclock. We overclock these, and then we'll just send up more of this stuff here, right? So we just need, I mean, the pipe should be fine. May I have to go to Mark II. But the pipe is fine, I think. What's the total nitrogen needed? Yeah, 350. We're not making 10. So we're making the 10. We're not making the extra 4. Here's the problem. This extra 4. I made a little blueprint that I think made the 10. Let's see. Did I officially do a blueprint, or did I do an ad hoc blueprint? I think I did an ad hoc blueprint for this one. And I think I made the 10. These are handled. I don't think these are. I went looking for where my extra 4 were, and I couldn't find them. All right, surplus lover, have a good night. I mean, or have a, nice meal. 9 1/3 blenders. We have 1.667. No, yeah, we have 111 times 6. That's not 9 1/3. Short. It's fine. Need an extra 4. How do we get an extra 4? Well, shenanigans. Hey, Farva. All right, so we make this one 2, all 2s, all 2s for legal help. Cut this. Now we have you. Damn it. It's not enough. No. I could do that, but I won't. Autosave. You're at 2. You're at all 2s. You're at 2. Don't take back those. All right, now we got our 4 pressure conversion cube, our fuse modular frames. Here's our 4, 2 here, and 2 down there. And then I made his neighbor handle the lower floor by himself. I just doubled it. Okay. Now, where's the challenge? Challenge is we have to get this belt. Here. All right, let's build this out. Okay. Oh no, this is the top. Lame, lame, lame. Thought I was on the other floor. How very sad for all involved, but mostly me. This is the special one here. That's not my favorite. We go there. Can indeed. Yes, indeedly doodly. Crispy, time played. How many hours do you have in Satisfactory? 2,700. 2,700 total in Satisfactory. In this playthrough, about 1,000. Let's take a look. Have we reached 1,000? 981. 981 in this playthrough. 2,700 ish in the in total. Bro. Oh my god, I built it backwards. Okay. This goes here. Okay. Here's the challenge. This input, that belt. All right, so I think we do what we did down there. Go down and meet it. I think we do. It's not very far down. There's the level. And there's our location. That's not quite. I trust this one better. Okay. Run it right here. That's fine. Then we run this one. Here. That's nuts. It just kicked over to 500. Well, you know, you'll get there if you want, which I would not blame you if you didn't want. Looks very good. Very good. To do a bunny hop over this thing, which is silly. I'm sorry I did what I did. I apologize. Yeah, I didn't think that would work. That'll work though. straight. That connects there, that connects there, that connects there, and we're done. And everybody is on the parallel to their respective column that they're flying in front of. And we can get rid of the scaffolding and the feet. I have an idea, guys, to track what we're doing, to show progress, and to remember where we left off. All right, here's what let's work on this. I think I'm getting close here. Yeah, but let's do this. Let's get the biggest picture we can. Actually, I'm gonna put this on my vertical screen because I can get it bigger in the vertical shape. I still can't fit it though. Man, this factory's huge. Let's see if we can get it. Let's see if we can get it. I want to take a screenshot, but it's so tight. I mean, it's not going to be pretty no matter what we do. I want to just check. I want to check these off, but I just don't know if it's worth the hassle. See, if I come out this far, the words go away. There's no way I could crunch it into there. So what I'd like to do is like maybe take a screenshot, but I need more screen space, and it doesn't work on the vertical either. That's okay. So, you know, we're connecting these systems together one at a time. We're kind of working at the end and working our way backwards. Okay, we have a lot of these done. We have a lot to go. All right, so we do. I still think we need the output. Yep. So we need to send this all the way down to the ground. This is one of our final pieces. Everything's kind of being used. All our slots are being used. We could slide you in underneath this guy. Actually, what in the shit is happening here? All right, let's change this. it's right there. Okay, now we freed up this all the way down. All the way down for what? Well, here at least. That's all we need. That's the final space elevator part. Perfect. Okay, this bad boy goes all the way down. How many notches over do we need? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4. Okay, we can remember that. And right down that line. Oh, it's right here. All right. All the way back up, we do this connection. Is this all for phase 4 Mega Factory? Yes, all 4 parts, right? And I'm all the machines are in, but we're connecting, right? We're linking systems. We're linking blueprints, right? And so the part that I'm working on right now is the thermal propulsion rocket. We're not making a lot. Like, it's not really that much. It's only 4 per minute. But it needs a crazy amount of shit. Now, the nuclear pasta, yes, we're making a lot. Okay, 10 nuclear pasta a minute is a lot. Hey, Nagrath, it looks nice. Thank you, man. So, yeah, we're kind of, like I said, we're slowly working our way backwards. For sure. Not all of this got done. Assembly director. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to get these in. It's just, we're not getting there. Adaptive control unit, supercomputer. The supercomputer, okay, the supercomputer's easy. The supercomputer's right here. Okay, can we get this in? Right? That's a supercomputer, right? Yes. Okay, good. Good. Adaptive control unit. Where are you? I brought you up. You're sitting, waiting. You're right here. You've been waiting for your turn. Like all night. Okay? All night you've been waiting. Go. Now the outputs. How are we gonna feed you down? Man, every single thing is taken. What if we join forces? No, I promised I would never do that again. Split them. I could split them down there. I promised I would never do that again. We run it in the back. I was thinking of trucking or combining two belts, basically sushi belting Phase 4 space elevator parts, and I could do it. I've done shit like that before, but like, there's downsides. There's truly downsides, and I don't want to worry about those downsides when I can come up with an alternate solution. And that solution's already happening. Oh my god, what about you? Okay, luckily you don't get anything. You're a 3 only. Autosave. Okay. So we just pass it back here. We run it behind the line until we free up this slot in front of the bus, and we run her all the way down. One notch in from that, which is here. All right, let's mark it. This is the think this is the assembly director system, I think. And then you are the thermal propulsion rocket. All right, so those are where the final outputs come down, and these will be loaded onto trucks, and those trucks will be taken to the phase 5 space elevator part. But for now, they end here. Oh my gosh, there's a lot. There's still a lot. We made a big chunk, and I'm gonna be honest with you. I cannot bring myself to do the power for the rest of these right now. I can't do it. I gotta run power for these. There's a bunch of them still. I will run that first time next time. All right, so let's, I've already got the screenshot for the evening. Okay, I've already got the screenshot. Let's make a note, a future note for ourselves. Okay. Make sure to change the color. This is how I set notes for myself for the future. I'm working on a 220 fuel generator cluster inside my Mega. I came back to kin running asshole onto his line. It's for me. This is a note for your future kin. Future kin is an asshole. He always has been, he always will be. Past kin is an idiot. Future kin is an asshole. Present kin is perfect. It's always been that way. Guys, we're at 7 hours and 47 minutes on the stream. We have done a lot. There's a lot more to go. But I feel good. We have an awesome screenshot already. We don't have to do that. We did that earlier this evening. 50 viewers on Twitch, 137 on YouTube. If you guys could like the stream, I would really appreciate it. I don't ask very often, pretty much only at the end of the stream. There's 40 likes on this VOD. Any more would be amazing. If not, no worries. It just means that you don't like me, and that's okay, because most people don't, to be frank. Twitch, we're gonna find somebody to raid. Let's find somebody playing our favorite game, Satisfactory. Let's also try to see if they are speaking English. This is a new name. Let's do it. He's building a blueprint, man after my own heart. Mycito, kid, you're awesome. Thank you, man. Thank you, man. 42 likes, the answer to life, the universe, and everything. Cheers. Have a good one. All right. Yeah, you too. Have a good one, guys. We are gonna raid, and we're gonna see. We're gonna check out a new Satisfactory creator. At least I haven't seen him. Here we go. And I'm out of here, YouTube. I will see you soon.